The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
The microphone is still muted. Let me know if you can hear me okay now. We're rolling and going free. Good to see everybody. It's Wednesday. That means it's time for White Wellbeing Church of the West, where we cover everything that is important to you and can remedy you, our people, your families, your children, your parents, your grandparents, whatever it might be. We have successes everywhere. It's wonderful to see everybody. Please let folks know that we are rolling in, going free. That is Wednesday. Retweet, quote, tweet, share, tweet. Justin says, we can hear you. Lady Anglo says, loud and clear. Thank you so very much. Ulrich is in the house with us. Anglo-Saxon is here. Greg the Man is here. A Lost Pilgrim's Journey. Dennis is in the house. So good to see everybody. Like I said, please let folks know that we are live and we are rolling, and it is a glorious thing. We're going to be here for a couple of hours covering your thoughts, your questions, your concerns. We're going to be getting into the question of the day in just a moment. While you are with me, tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as @ No White Guilt. And I will respond to you. Paying close attention to Twitter live chat and also Premium Rumble and YouTube, but keep an eye also on D Live, Odyssey as well. If you'd like to financially gift, I just mentioned some of those locations. Of course, Premium Rumble, you can financially gift there. Odyssey, D Live as well. You can also financially gift on the app that allows cash. You can financially gift over there as well as Subscribe Star, and I'll be keeping a sharp eye on all of those. Roxy is here. Poop Stinks is in the house. Bobby Boldley, Justin McDaniel. All right. So, yeah, a lot of stuff going on in the world demonstrating how right we are with our focus on ourselves, on our people, and the reasons why we have so much success here in service to white well-being. We're going to be sharing an MC, curative, probably right up here near the beginning of our time together. You can not only financially gift yours truly, you can donate to the only foundation on planet Earth that serves white well-being, an actual foundation, a 501c3, with the only foundation having any successes, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. Head on over there. If you donate there, please tag yours truly as a source of those funds. I would deeply appreciate it. You can get your companies to match your funds as well. We've had numerous people doing that. So make sure you make your voice heard. Companies out there are already saying white well-being is totally legitimate. So you want to make sure that you get in there as well. You can also head on over to knowwhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab. You'll see options that I mentioned, maybe a few others, such as options for monthly financial gifting. And we celebrate you every month for doing so. Entropy is up and running, also known primarily as a Dude Bro Moment platform. That is his house. DB50, you all know that very well. The Great Slots is here. Good to see you. Good brother. And let's see, what else? You can also financially gift by way of cryptocurrency and snail mail by heading on over to the aforementioned knowwhiteguilt.org, knowwhiteguilt.org, and clicking on the financial gift tab. Click around over there. If you have any recommendations, if you like the way it looks, let us know. Or if you would like there to be some changes, some recommendations, let us know. Question of the day. We've had a very similar question, I think, of the day before, but today it is, what's the most spontaneous thing you've ever done and why? You can answer this question over the course of our gathering today at any point just by tagging me if you would like me to read it and engage with you, which maybe you do, maybe you don't. But otherwise, it's a great opportunity to share our lives, our thoughts with each other, familiarize ourselves with each other, become more of a family, which is what we need to do if we are to resist anti-whiteism, increasingly becoming obvious that there's going to have to be like a hardened core to the resistance against anti-whiteism, focused on white well-being. And then you're going to find a lot of perfunctory losers orbiting that hardened core. And that's just the way it is. So it is what it is. And that's where we are. We got White Rattlesnake is over here. White Rattlesnake asking about, why am I not streaming on X? But I am. And he says streaming on X and Rumble, but not YouTube. But I am on YouTube. And we are most live right now on YouTube. If you head on over to No White Guilt on YouTube, you'll find us. And we're rocking it out over there as well. Most good evening to you, and a most good evening to Blush 2000. Who is with us. And so is Lander, the fake home of the gay, is also over there. Yep, we are rolling on X as well as D Live, rocking it out. It appears, yes, it does appear. It is working as well. And here on Adoc. And cool, the Papa, the J, the magic is in the house. What is the most spontaneous thing you've ever done? I was trying to think. I shared my super spontaneity of the night before, not Christmas, spring break, and then taking that journey. What a journey it was. And I was thinking, what else could I share that is super spontaneous? Just totally spontaneous. What is something? Or you may be the kind of person who is the exact opposite of spontaneous. You want to be circumspect. You want to examine every little jot and tittle so that you can plan accordingly. Are you somewhere in between? Greg the man says, hello. Ay, 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 is here. Dan is with us. High Speed Drifter says fatigue is somewhat of a euphemism. Poop Stinks says he's flown a 737 private business jet at the age of 20. My friend had connections in the corporate realm of aviation and had to transport the plane overseas for some cabin upgrades. Well, how about that? Overseas, from the States overseas, or from the UK? Where are you? Overseas somewhere. Maybe if it was in the States, it was probably then an Airbus or something like this. Kingdom of Vinland is here with us. Yes. Spontaneous stumbling is here. So spontaneously flying a 737. That's pretty impressive, my friend. That's pretty impressive to spontaneously fly a 737. Samuski Prometheum Hails is with you. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt, and with your answers if you would like me to read them. Otherwise, but No White Guilt, @No White Guilt, Q1. There's only one question, but Q1, and then your answer if you have one for today. I'm going to have to think what, aside from probably because the Daytona trip was the most spontaneous. So what's a good second? What's a good second place for the spontaneity? High Speed Drifter is here. I flew to Paris for dinner for my 31st birthday on a whim, says the OT leader, Biospirit of the West. That is big time spontaneity, my brother. That takes some balls. Very cool. Did you get everything settled, straightened out easily? Was it smooth sailing? The Tree Godfather is here. Says, I'm just here so I won't get fined. Wow, he said, oh, and Poop Stink says the plane was empty, so it climbed like a rocket. Did it have paint on it? Most people don't realize how heavy the paint is on an airplane. All right, make sure if you want to answer this and you want me to read it out and have a conversation about it, let me know by tagging me. Otherwise, we're going to get into some quick news and then to our items of the day. Let me know if you can hear the audio on the video. And again, when it comes to the quick news, I'm just sharing what other people have shared. I don't endorse anything that's here. It's up to you to do.
They had wander into the gym to get the shot. 999 are fine or appear fine, but one of 1,000 is now dead. 30,000 more deaths from COVID-19 in the vaxxed group. Essentially, no child of normal health and who also avoided taking the vax died of COVID-19, just as we all knew. But the children in the gold standard study who took the vax suddenly died at the bad rates that I've just described.
Well, look into that more for yourself. It seems like information's coming out all the time, huh? She survived cancer 4 times, then a bullet from this anti-white animal ended her life. Jennifer James, 49, shot dead while sitting inside her home in Colorado. Police have since arrested 20-year-old Ebenezer Waku. Time to end anti-whiteism, I'd say. South Carolina, 6 illegal migrants charged with murdering a woman. Look at these wholesome individuals here. Time to address anti-whiteism by becoming a people. Beautiful little baby on the telephone, but the conversation takes a little bit of a turn there at the end. Oh boy. How about this one? Have you heard about the Siege of Vienna? How about we take a little listen to some history?
Here's a bit of history you definitely weren't taught at school. Europe was nearly conquered by a massive empire, and no, it wasn't Germany. By 1683, the Ottoman Empire had nearly conquered all of southeastern Europe, the Balkans, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and even parts of Hungary. Their influence stretched from Istanbul to Buda, what is now known as Budapest, and they were coming for Vienna. Vienna wasn't just any city. It was the capital of the Habsburg Empire. The Habsburgs were the most powerful royal family in all of Europe, rulers of Austria, Hungary, and the Holy Roman Empire. It is a massive patchwork of kingdoms across all of Central Europe. They had spent years defending Christianity from Ottoman expansion, and now their capital was under siege. The Ottomans brought in 300,000 soldiers.
300,000. How many of you, we should know everything about our history and our glory. All of these people's names, all of these champions of the white race, we should know every single name, irrespective of the country they're from, the heroes. And because they share the biospirit that we all share as members of Western kind. And this guy's right. How many of you were actually taught this about this defense? We would all be non-white and Muslim if this Polish king, does anybody remember the name? Did he ever learn it? Hadn't defeated them.
And the defenders inside Vienna numbered just 15,000 soldiers, civilians, and children. The city was crumbling and starvation had set in. People dug mass graves in preparation. The Habsburg Emperor had already fled the city, convinced it would fall. But one final hope remained. A message had gone out, and one man answered the call. King Jan Sobieski of Poland. Sobieski assembled a Christian coalition of forces, Polish, Austrian, German troops. 70,000 men crossed the Carpathians through hostile territory to save the Habsburgs and Vienna. On the night of September the 11th, Sobieski's army reached the hills overlooking the Ottoman camp. Below them, the fate of Europe. September 12, 1683. Sobieski orders a charge, and what follows is the greatest cavalry charge in all of military history. 20,000 horsemen, led by the feared Polish winged hussars, thundered down the hill into the Ottoman ranks. The ground shook. The Ottomans, stretched thin and overconfident, collapsed into chaos.
That's 20,000 on 300,000.
And in just one day, the siege was over. The Ottomans retreated in panic, and Vienna was saved. The Habsburg Empire survived, and with it, the balance of Europe. But what would have happened if they hadn't? If Vienna had fallen, the Habsburgs would have crumbled, and the Ottomans might have marched into Rome, Paris, and even further beyond. Christianity, Enlightenment ideas, the map of Europe, all of it would have changed.
He's like, Christianity and Enlightenment. No, hey, you mean us? We're the ones that matter. Would have vanished.
Even your morning coffee, you can thank this battle for it. The Ottomans left behind bags of coffee beans when they fled, and Vienna's first cafes were born from it. One empire on the rise, one dynasty on the total brink, and one battle that changed the world. And almost nobody knows about it. Follow for more history that they forgot to teach you.
Yeah,
here's a bit of history
they forgot to teach you because they're anti-white. They don't want to teach us about those heroic contests for our very existence. That these people were coming in to physically obliterate the white race. And 20,000, led by the Polish King Sobieski, ends up riding in against 300,000 and defeats them. What a glorious victory. Hey, white people things. I don't know if I can stand that close to that thing, but that is totally awesome. Canadian man charged with killing migrant for raping 5-year-old Canadian boy and getting no jail time. Based! Based! Hero! Take a look at this. This was that recent earthquake. I want you to watch the ground in the distance relative to the ground in the foreground. Watch this. It's starting to rumble. The fence moves, but watch out here. Relative to here. Look at that! Hey, the property line has moved. Oh, this is priceless.
I have to look this up. This can't be. This can't be. This can't be.
The interior. Europeans typically saw only the end results. Enslaved people being offered for sale on the coast. It was much the same story in the Ottoman Empire, where those who bought slaves had no idea what these slaves had been through before. The unique position of the Western world in the history, and especially the destruction of slavery, need not imply that there was unanimity within the West on this institution. In addition to whites who defended the enslavement of Africans on racial grounds, or who opposed general emancipation on social grounds, there were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners.
He seems to not be aware of what the voice reading the text has just said. But no matter, he'll catch on in the next sentence.
Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts. An estimated 1/3 of the free persons of color in New Orleans were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century. And outside the West, slavery was...
All right. Well, I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. We're on YouTube. All right. Finally, some cats.
Surprise, motherfuckers! Was that someone at the window?
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Fluffybottom. Well, who is it then? It's an outdoor cat.
Yeah, that's right. I'm from the street. And if you know what's good for you, give me some of that meow mix you got in there.
My word, did you hear him threaten us?
I did. What is meow mix? I believe it's a cassette tape with an eclectic mix of hip-hop meowsing.
My.
What is hip-hop meowsing? Not a mixtape, fool! Meow mix! Now give me some before I pop a claw in you!
Great heavens! We only have Fancy Feast here.
All right. We only have Fancy Feast in here. No meow mix. Let me know that you can hear me okay. We're going to be talking about Shiloh Hendrix. Shiloh Hendrix stood off against Omar, wasn't that his last name? And now what's going on with her money? What's going on with that fortune that she's raised? We're still here and we're holding strong. No shame in our name. Well, Papa, what do you say? I'm gonna pop a claw in you. We're talking about briefly, at least developing news about Shiloh Hendrix, and boy, it's a bit of a surprise. It's a bit of a shocker. We don't have anything definitive yet, but we're getting there. The Westman is with us. Anti-whiteism ends with you is with us. We're also going to be talking about the weariness, the fatigue, the black fatigue. And boy, a lot of what we said is coming true yet again, happening all over again. White South Africans, of course, those are the only real South Africans. And everything that you can imagine, people hating on them like you wouldn't believe. We're going to be talking about that from every angle, including the church. We also have an update. We have an update on Belgium's right-wing group and leader who is going to prison, and he says it's not fair. We ride for the honor of the Church of the West. Take the opportunity to let people know that we're live and we're rocking. Here in service to white well-being. Nothing but victories. Epic tune by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm almost completely recovered as I was able to get antibiotics, which is what the non-white doctor should imagine. This, the white race discovers, invents, whatever you want to put it, antibiotics, and then many years later, a white guy defending the white race shows up at the non-white doctor and says, I know exactly what the issue is. I need antibiotics. And he's like, suffer for 14 days and then get back to me. I'm gatekeeper now to the science of the white man. Wow. Ay says, straining the alliance that had saved Western kind, given some input on the siege of Vienna. Isn't it a shame how fighting through anti-whiteism is always always our problem? At least now it's identified with Go Free and the information he provided before that. And yes, it is a shame. Is after Vienna, Sobolewski felt slighted as Leopold claimed the glory, tightening his grip. Tennyson's rose with Polish hopes of influence dashed by the Habsburg ambition. Yeah, what a shame. It's a great example in our history lessons. And if we apply the lens of Go Free and our understanding of the white race and what our faults are and what our strengths are, we can see that it's that selfish individualism getting in the way of the well-being of our people. You can clearly see this in the example that Ayayay is talking about. We should be putting our biospirit first. And if that was the moral tapestry of our society, even our kings would have to work through that milieu. That's what they would have to work with. And there would be far less of selfish individualistic decisions that would be able to be carried out. So yet again, we have the remedy to our suffering. Roger is here. Mr. White is here. Black Ginger is here. Misty is in the house. Mega. Hello, Mega. Franklin is here. Good to see everybody. Hey, let's do a meme curative. So this is a concept that empowers us, just as there are anti-white concepts out there that weaken us. One of the meme curatives, on the other side, they're called meme pathogens. One of the meme curatives that you'll find in Go Free, A Guide to Aligning with the Archetype of Western Kind, is we don't need our victimizer to give us permission, validation, or approval for our views to be legitimate, responsible, and moral. Very powerful MC. And as you apply this to yourself, as you apply this to your thinking, you'll find yourself breaking this rule. You'll find yourself attempting to get permission, validation, or approval from anti-whites. Whether they're hardcore anti-whites or whether they are vagues out there and they're just fronting, villainy signaling anti-whiteism, you'll find that you're trying to get approval from them. And so often here we talk about, I say to you, you don't assert our or mention our concepts in the hope that those around you will say, oh, yes, you're allowed to think that. You don't say that. You don't use anti-whiteism with someone and with the expectation that they will validate it for you. And they'll say, oh, it's okay for you to hold that opinion. No, you assert it, you aver it as though it is the knowledge of the Lord, as though the whole world knows it to be the case. And if people want to disagree with it, well, they're anti-white. And then you can have a conversation about the anti-whiteism in them. And that leads us right into, and I will just repeat it one more time, the meme curative. We don't need our victimizer to give us permission, validation, or approval for our views to be legitimate, responsible, and moral. Apply that to yourself every day. You'll be shocked at how often you are breaking that rule. You're breaking that concept. And by doing so, you're undermining yourself. You're undermining the reclamation of our destiny in your own thinking before even getting out into the world. I mean, I would love to be able to sit down and, like a psychiatrist or psychologist or a priest, break down inside someone's head for all of you all, because I've done this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, I guess thousands of times now, where I stop people and I say, do you see what you just said right there? Do you see how you just constructed that? Do you see? And in this case, it would be some sort of construction where they are begging, entreating, hoping that our victimizer would give us approval for our position. They would give us some sort of legitimizing agreement for our position. We don't need anybody who is anti-white to any degree. We don't need any approval from them. So never forget that. And I mention that because we had a question, and was it Anti-Whiteism Ends With You that asked the question maybe, and then Tree Godfather mentioned it to us, and we're going to be getting right into Shiloh and what's going on with her fortune that she raised, black fatigue, and the South Africans, what's happening with that and why. I'm not here to just tell you. You can find the news elsewhere. You can gather it for yourself. Although if you're bright, you'll come here for the news, because you're not only going to get what's happening, you're going to get how to constructively address it for yourself and for others. But the question was asked, when you are interacting with a vague, what we call a vague, and that's just, most people will call them something unproductive like normie or something of this nature. Vague means that they might not know exactly where they are sociopolitically. We certainly don't know exactly where they are sociopolitically. So therefore they are vague to themselves, vague to us. And so if a vague asks, what is white well-being? What is that? You're talking about white well-being. Well, what is it? And you can use this response. I tweeted about it. You can use the exact same response with a hardcore anti-white. Use it with your professor. Use it with your teacher. Use it with a coworker. Use it with a boss. You get called down for an anti-white tribunal, and they're like, Shaniqua said that you were talking some racist crap today over by the lathe, over by the water cooler. She said you talked about something called white well-being. Well, what is this white well-being? What do you say? What do you say? We teach you how to recapture your destiny. I really want to spend more time on the reality that the very first set of opinions and emotions and arguments, we just don't have the time though, that you have to contend with are inside yourself. That is where all of the anti-white brain poisoning resides over the course of our lives. You are the person undermining your own resistance, and therefore our resistance to anti-whiteism. You are the one who is pulling yourself down while you are trying to contend with friends and family and coworkers and the rest. And we have to break that down on a different gathering. But it is critically important to understanding, because there is no way out of this without understanding that. What do you say, though? What is white well-being? Well, of course, white well-being can have a very expansive definition. It can be expansive from one scenario, one person to the next, one scenario that person is in. And that definition can change from scenario to scenario. You can take this non-starter, premature clubism type of approach and say, what if we jump to the end of the book, Jason? What would it look like in the end of the book? Actually, that just reminds me of another question I'll take a look at maybe right here at the beginning while we're getting together. And before we talk about Shiloh and what's happened to her money, what's going to happen to her money? But there is no end of the book. I know that your brain wants to conclude, wants to say that there is a permanent, there is a static, there is an end to the story. We, in our movies and in the stories we tell each other, you have like this moment where our imagination departs from reality, where there's an end, even when it's supposedly and even sincerely a telling of history, genuine history, or the closest that the creators of the story can be. And like I say, sincerely, you still have this deviation from reality. Now here's your end. Now here's the static. Now it's forevermore this way. But that doesn't exist in reality. There is no forevermore. There is no. So the moment somebody who premature, and let me tell you, these guys who are premature, ladies, you don't want to have anything to do with them. Stay away from those premature guys. They are not the kind of guys you want to be with, the premature type. So this idea that, hey, tell me what in this abstract that doesn't exist in the real world, what the scenario of perfection, nirvana would be. No such thing. So we don't fall into that trap. What could that do for you? If you were to fall into the trap of articulating a fanciful notion of what white well-being would be, if reality could be frozen at some point in the future, what does that vision do? What purpose can it serve? Well, the only actual purpose it can serve is for anti-whites to come along, is for people who might not be hardcore anti-white, but they just don't like you, to come along and to fill in the blanks of what else that fanciful notion could mean for people. And they then would say anything that they believe that their audience would need to hear to keep their audience from heeding your message of white well-being. Can you believe that here I am, and here is the House of Swash, and there aren't like 50,000 here to just absorb the genius of this? They'll show up for everything vegetableized out there. The vegetable gallery will. So what's the answer? The answer is, to the question, what is white well-being? It is the absence of our victimization based on our birth. White well-being is the absence of our victimization based on our birth. Now, you could say this to anyone. The best part about it is that those are brothers and sisters, and they're millions that we need to bring over to white well-being to some degree. The best part about it is when they hear this, they're going to say, that's wonderful. Normal white people in their tens, even hundreds of millions, upon hearing that definition will say, yeah, I can get on board with that 100%. They can get on board with it because it's moral. And a moral matrix enables us to stand together. And it enables us to think and act together. And white people need a moral matrix in order to act to any degree of aggressiveness against those who seek to victimize us. So without that moral matrix, without that ladder, those ladders, to create that morality for us, we can't act at all. And the evidence, of course, is generations of not being able to act, not being able to hear the pleas, the tone-deaf pleas, the Boeotian pleas of these people that will say, we need violence. We need it now. We need violence now, always and now and forever. And you're like, yeah, but your name and face aren't out there for some reason. So you just want other people to say it, and then they get arrested and charged with sedition and thrown in prison, and They do no good for our people, and they do no good for themselves. Now, as I said, white well-being is broader than just the absence of victimization based on our birth. It can mean a lot of things. It can mean eating healthily. It can mean that we're reaching our people and we're giving them the option of eating in a healthy way by providing them the information on alternatives. It can mean reproducing with our own people. Since we have these recessive genes and we want to preserve them, we want to preserve that unique expression of humanity that we are. All that we receive today is information about how white guys are pathetic, that is targeted at our women, and white women are boss bitches, and you should go get yourself a non-white woman targeted at our men. So providing white people with the information to be proud, to want to preserve who and what we are, is another form of white well-being. So you can see there are a lot of elements to white well-being, and you will find the greatest receptivity and the biggest headway by starting with those around you, whether online or in person, by saying white well-being is the absence of our victimization based on our birth. Anyone who objects to that is demonstrating anti-whiteism to various degrees. And it's going to be, in most cases, my experience, really radical anti-whites. Really, they'll say, well, I don't think exactly that's, and I have, even the most challenged among you will be able to win. I mop the floor with those people. It takes no effort whatsoever. When someone says to you, take them at their word, at face value at that point, when someone says to you, well, I don't know if white people shouldn't be victimized on the basis of their birth, that should be a home run, a grand slam home. You should really be able to clean up there. And so that's where we are at. Looks like we already have some anti-whites showing up in the live chat. Typical of the scum, they show up and they're like, whoa, look, he's clean shaven. He's got a Northern European Germanic skull and facial structure. He's clean. He's in shape. He's smart. Therefore, he is a Fed. Now, yes, the resistance to our victimization should be led by the grossest, most doughy-faced, questionably white individuals that have drug problems and alcohol problems and everything else under the sun, long prison records. Those should be the people who are giving us our views. Yourself, you vegetableized turd. We've had enough of that. All right. Let's talk about, if you have any questions about that, tag me. I want to see what you have to say, because this is about addressing our Wednesday church gatherings, are about addressing your questions and comments. Samuski says, for his answer to question of the day, most spontaneous thing, or one of the most spontaneous things you've ever done, is, he says, at 12 years old, he took a 17.5 hands high at the Withers racing thoroughbred stallion called Big Red for a joyride with no tact. Oh my God, man. And he was barefoot. It was so fast, tears rolled into my eyes. Samuski's got some, he has to wear a hoodie upside down. That's all I got to say. He's got a set on him. He's got to wear his hoodie upside down. That just reminded me, brother. Marilyn is with us. When I was a very little baby, very little toddler, my mother wanted to give me a ride on one of the horses on the family farm that was in the family. And there was at the time, a large and mean horse, But my grandfather thought, well, he'll lead the horse and everything will be just fine. And we'll put little Jason up there. I was also, it was bareback. Obviously, I mean, as a like a saddle would matter for a toddler. And I mean, my legs, I can remember, the legs were not going over the edges of this horse, right? They were just sitting straight out. And we're walking along, and it was typical, as I recall, blazing hot, Northern Virginia environment, summer, I guess it must have been. And everything was fine. You know, I'm just like, I remember swaying, and I remember looking down at my grandfather leading the horse, and he's one, and then my mother's right here, and she has one hand up on the side of the horse, I guess to grab me if I started slipping off of the horse. And out of nowhere, this horse launches me. I mean, can you imagine? This horse launches me. He does one of the kicks. And maybe I should have went into bronco riding. You know, maybe that was my real life mission. And I shot up into the air, and the imagery running through my memory, as so much of that memory is not in words, it's just in seeing. I remember off to my left there were the pine trees of Virginia pines. So it's these like narrow, tall pine trees. And I remember watching as the branches were going by. I was getting higher and higher relative to those branches. And I don't know how high I was actually in the air, but it felt like it was 500 feet. But, and then when I was on my way back down, my mother, my good old boy, good old girl, country mother, caught my ass on the way down. And I remember she threw me up on her hip, and she stormed out of the pasture. I've been on a good amount of spontaneous fishing trips, says Craig, camping trips as well, and spontaneous trips to the beach. Many times, far away distances to new places, unexplored by me. Lots of bravery there, brother. I found out about this via Sabaton song. Really? Says, so Kingdom of Vinland, talking about the defense of Vienna, no introduction to it at school. Me neither. Ended up having to find out about the defense of Vienna from a piece of music. This is how many battles, how many glorious moments in the history of Western kind have we come together especially across our ethnicities. Those should be the stories that we tell all of our children, all of the time. White children should all learn about the big conflicts where we came together across ethnic lines as united in our biospirit to defend against other tribes of man, to fight against other tribes of man. Those should be the stories that we all know, that we all know the names of all of the kings or the generals or the leaders, the commanders, the admirals, whatever it is. Our children should know all of those. A single people, that's what we are, many countries. That's the only way we're getting out of this. Sorry to those people that are really stuck in antiquity and they think they're going to be able to raise some country's flag in the name of their ethnicity and irrespective of the rest of the white race, and think that they're going to defeat anti-whiteism. Kind of been settled with 2 world wars, right? If you can't learn a lesson from that, Peter is with us. Goofus is here. I had to stop and take a break to laugh for that one. Yep, I'm juggling with work again, says Dennis. Hey, so many in this community. One of the biggest differences in this community, aside from the fact that this community is revolutionaries, that this community actually picks up a practice, uses it on themselves and takes it out into the world to change the world, with the evidence of those successes all around us every day, keeping receipts for those things. Aside from that, this community also works. So many of these online communities, the people showing up for all this, they can show up at like 3:30 a.m. for a content creator because they're otherwise gaming. They're otherwise, they got like a part-time job or no job at all, or they're living on benefits. It's amazing. Quit my job and sent for managers above me a rate sheet for my business and drove out of the parking lot, says the Westman. Very spontaneous, brother. Mega is here. Cindy Bin is in the house. Has anybody heard about Shiloh Hendrix? She had this conflict with a creature called Omar, some anti-white creature, like Gollum. Had some kind of encounter with him, and she has amassed a fortune, and now there's quite a lot of information going around right now. The story is developing that she did not start her Give, Sin, Go. That in fact, a person on X by the name of Tom Hennessy was the individual who established this for her, and that he indeed reached out to another individual who is, and this is speculation, a developing story, reached out to another individual who is confirmed to be Jewish. And there is speculation now about Tom. Tom has apparently spent time with this individual. And so if Tom knows that he is a full-blooded Jewish guy, specifically Ashkenazi Jew, then why would Tom be okay with bringing this guy on board with him helping out Shiloh Hendrix? Have any of you heard about this yet? And I want to thank the Tree Godfather for bringing my attention to this developing story, and we're looking for more information to come out about it. High Speed Drifter says, we got rid of the, quote, we got rid of the white South African farmers. I just don't understand why we're starving now, says South African anti-whites. Herb derp. Exactly. We're going to be getting into what's happening with the South Africans, and my heart is booming with joy when I saw those white people, our brothers and sisters. They're us. When I saw them and they're all happy and they have little American flags, and America is in them. If you study Go Free, if you come here to the Church of the West, you discover, you learn, in fact, in a way that you can share and persuade others about these positions, that the West is in all white people. It is our instinct. So if there was ever going to be another United States, whites from South Africa could build it. Just as I could build a South Africa. It is within me to be able to do that. But High Speed Drifter, so true. All right, let me roll along. JB from Florida is here. Hello. Tree Godfather, tip in the hat. DG is in the house. Who else is here? If you disagree with me, then just be respectful and tag me, and I will interact with you. I see not a single soul in the live chat on X. That is crazy. Is it working? I see it playing over here on one of my mini monitors. But maybe we're just all over here having a conversation. Samuski talking about my horse flying story that he says it's an awesome early memory. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. The best part of it was my mom catching me. Anti-white out is here. You know you got a good mother. It's like, sign her up. Sign her up. Here comes the little tyke now. And if you've heard me talk about before, it's kind of a sad thing, kind of breaks me up. I got to be careful mentioning it. But my mother and father had 6 miscarriages before me. They desperately wanted a family. They desperately wanted children. And these were late term miscarriages. They weren't like right in the beginning. So horrifying. When I was born, my mother immediately purchased the life insurance to bury me. And she has kept that life insurance going forever. It's just been like she bought it and he lived. And she was told, and I don't know if somebody I've asked before, if anybody knows where the notion, the wives' tale, whatever it is, where it comes from, that the energy or the spirit or the whatever of the children that die goes into the child that lives. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's just a Southern thing or if it comes from originally some place in Europe or elsewhere. But if anybody knows, if they've heard that before, where they are or where they're from, and maybe they have an idea where that notion comes from, then let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'd like to know. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Poopstick says, glad you are here with us. Me too. Thank you so much. Yep. So, do you know what a trust is? We're talking about Shiloh Hendrix. My childhood would have been radically different if I ever heard such a story, as well as my adulthood. Seriously evil anti-white education. It really is evil anti-white education. And that's over there on Premium Rumble. Shiloh Hendrix had her altercation. I've given 6 positive reasons for supporting her. I believe that the vast majority of people who have supported Shiloh financially did so with a superficial knowledge of the incident. And that's actually, in my opinion, a benefit. Because why? They are seeing a white mother and she's under fire and they're saying, I want to support her. So that's a huge boon. If white people, the majority of them who've gifted, if that was their thinking, that's a sign of some health in the 28,000 people who have financially gifted. Of course, there was a very negative reason for supporting her, and some people are backing away from that now, exactly as I predicted, who originally said, no, it's about saying enter, and we need to own the word enter. We should be able to say whatever we want. And these were and are very destructive people that you should never listen to. Never. Anybody telling you something like this doesn't care about you, because we all know they're not going to work. They're not going to the local liquor store and finding a bunch of black guys and calling them enter and videotaping themselves, real name, real face, and the consequences, which of course would be a bloody, pissy mess of themselves. So obviously, anybody saying this, absolute scum. But we need to be protecting our women and children, not encouraging, not lauding and celebrating a destructive behavior. And so, just as predicted, some of them are backing away now and they're saying, well, it's actually not about the word. Now, this is really fascinating, because where are these people retreating to? Well, now they're retreating to the focus of using enter. What was the focus of using enter? What do we teach you here? God, we in the house of Swash are so right. I should have feathered wings, and a halo before you right now. We are so right. And once again, being proven right in spades. Maybe we shouldn't say, maybe white white roses instead of spades. But we are nonetheless right once again, gloriously. And we're going to get into a couple of videos. Jeremy Hambley and Mark Dice even. And we're going to see exactly how this worked out, exactly as we teach, and in a way that doesn't benefit white people one iota. So in the future, are you going to be white positive and focus on us? Or are you going to continue making these vegetableized decisions and end up in places that don't benefit us? And let me tell you, when they don't benefit us, there is no standing still. If it's not benefiting us, it's harming us. We're running out of time, people, really fast. So Shiloh, we all were under the impression, or a great many were under the impression, that she went right home and was being doxxed and this sort of business. And she started a GoFundMe for herself and her children. It's herself and her. I know a lot of people are saying she's got a loving husband and he's been there for 20 years or whatever it is. I don't know whether that's true either. Maybe it is. But she gets out there and she says, it's me and my family. And here we are. The mother appears to be a single mother with 2 little children. And people begin donating. Come to find out very shortly thereafter that Tom Hennessy, a content creator on X, had actually facilitated the beginning. Now, initially, that was just a rumor, and now that rumor seems to be more broadly supported, that it is indeed fact. There is another rumor that is cooking out there that, as I say, is a developing story, that Tom reached out to another guy that happens to be 100% Ashkenazi Jew to manage the money coming in. And doing this, according to the rumors in this developing story, by way of a trust. The trust in question, established by Tom and or this Ashkenazi Jewish guy, and there is a name I'll give you potentially for who this guy is, are either the grantor or grantors, the people who start the trust, the people who create the trust. The money, according to the rumor and the developing story, is scheduled to go into this trust. This trust, it's rumored in this developing story, is said to be a revocable trust, not an irrevocable trust. There's a big difference there. A revocable trust puts all of the power in the hands of the grantor or grantors. They could do anything they want with it. They could end it tomorrow. They could decide what the beneficiary, Shiloh Hendrix and her children, at any point they could say, you get a little bit more, you get a little bit less, maybe none at all, maybe whatever, somewhere in there. It puts all the power in their hands if it is indeed a revocable trust. Shiloh Hendrix, of course, the beneficiaries. You understand how this works. The grantor or tors, in this case, is the trustee of the trust, the person administering the trust. And that means they are dispersing the funds to the beneficiary. According to this rumor and developing story, Shiloh Hendrix, deciding how much, how often, what for. Here's the other, those payments go out, but here's the other thing. The trustee, and certainly when the trustee is the grantor, but in either case, revocable or irrevocable, the trustee can pay himself, and often does, for administering the trust, but there can be any slew of fees that the trustee can charge. The trustee can be responsible for, it could be anything in the imagination. And they could say, okay, this thing has to be done for the trust, and I can hire myself to do the thing. The beneficiary, unless that's an irrevocable trust and the beneficiary has written into the founding documents of the trust that the trustee cannot hire him or herself. Unless that's happened, the trustee can hire him or herself. If the trustee is also the grantor, the trustee can do it irrespective of what the grantor or the beneficiary says for any number of duties. It could be, well, these accounts that are threatening should be investigated. And the trustee is going to decide that the trustee gets hired. It's going to be this and bill per hour for their work. If this ends up all being the case, if it all ends up being the case, how much of the money, of the fortune that Shiloh Hendrix has raised for her and her children's benefit will reach her versus this Ashkenazi Jewish person who is said to be involved with Tom, and the rumor now also including in the developing story the question of whether or not Tom himself is Jewish. And they say, according to the developing story, Tom has met with this person. Now, I don't know anything about these people. Maybe Tom is the greatest guy on the face of the earth, the most honest guy ever, and he's totally a white guy, and he's not just another non-white or half non-white member of the Jew-spurging movement, or in this case, the anti-black movement that has crystallized, at least for a time, around Shiloh Hendrix. Maybe he is all of that. Maybe he's wonderful. But in this developing story, the question is being asked, is he also Jewish or part Jewish? Or why would he bring a Jewish guy into the question? Who's the Jewish guy? Who's the 100% Ashkenazi Jewish guy that Tom Hennessy is said to have brought into the administration of Shiloh Hendrix windfall fortune as a consequence of being attacked and doxxed and the ongoing attacks that, of course, it will adversely affect her for many years to come, and maybe the totality of her life coming back to haunt her. Who knows? Who is this guy? Well, there was a parallel story that was rolling the other day. There was a guy who, by the basic appearance on your smartphone, you're looking at a tiny little screen and you can't see very well on that screen who this guy is. But there was a guy driving an Uber. Maybe you heard about this. And I predicted that there would be people out there who would be trying to get a little bit of the windfall of Enner. I mean, you have all of these mentally deformed people who are saying that white guilt is beaten, remember? And I have to say that I feel very confident this claim that white guilt was defeated was targeted me and this community, because it is no one, no matter how dumb, could conclude that white guilt is addressed at all by saying Enner. It has nothing to do with white guilt, and I articulated that in several streams as well as tweets. So I feel that it was a targeting of us and the totality of this community, because we are the people who are addressing anti-whiteism at its core, addressing white guilt, a major part of anti-whiteism, not the whole thing, though at its core. And of course, with the moniker, no white guilt. These people just incidentally happened to, at the same time saying white guilt was dead, target me, tagging me, and with insulting statements about you are white guilt and you are, and all of this sort of Bravo Sierra. Almost like it's an operation being carried out by a bunch of anti-whites in a basement in Tel Aviv somewhere, or Boston University, NYU, who knows, right? Parallel story. This guy's driving his Uber down the road, and he has a black female passenger. We don't get to see the black female passenger for the angle of the camera. I find it a little hard to believe that the angle wasn't broad enough to see the passenger, or there wasn't another camera to see the passenger. Maybe the passenger was sympathetic looking herself. I don't know. Maybe she was a 90-pound black female. I don't know. and otherwise dressed like a normal person and acting like a normal person. But she does something that is indeed offensive, but is not a slur as such against white people. She asks, before she gets to that point, this driver, if she can go back to her house. And this driver's name is Avi Racklin. Avi. Didn't know that when I first saw it. Most people, I think, wouldn't have known it, not until his Gifts and Go went up. And she said, I've forgotten some, I got to go back. And he said to her, well, we're beyond the halfway mark, or roughly, or some point that if I take you back, you'll have to order another ride. Because that would almost effectively be 2 rides for the price of 1 if I do that. And I assume he's thinking about the fact that that'll take him away from other job opportunities for driving his Uber. And here you have a middle-aged white guy. And I know he was saying that it's his part-time job or whatever, but you know how many times I've talked to white guys, even white females, that say, oh, Uber or Uber Eats or whatever. Oh, that's just my part-time gig. And then you find out it's actually, no, that's their job. That's where so many white people, and it's not a bad thing. If you're making money, you're working for it. I am endorsing. I endorse moral earning of any stripe. So no shade or shame on that. But I know he's saying it's the part-time job, but probably the real job, right? Anyhow, she says she's got to go back. He says can't. So they have a little going back and forth. And she says, all right, let me out. I'll just get out. Just get out of the car. She'll order somebody else. And she refers to his refusal to take her back and then to drive. And now, to be completely lucid about this, does he say in the video, I mean, I'm a busy person, and it may have said in the video, I don't know, how far back he would have to go. Was it 2 streets? Did he have to go 4 streets? Was it 4 blocks? And it was just 2 streets back, or it was no big deal to actually go back? I don't know. Maybe it is. But she says she wants to get out. And she says because he's not going to take her back, she doesn't want to put up with that white shit. Now, in my mind, what she's referencing there is this obeying of the rules. That's what my mind hears. When anti-white people, and particularly non-white people, talk about your white shit. Oh, your white. This is your white rules, your white laws, your white. They're talking about our norms. They're talking about, and that, of course, is, hey, we're going to have our norms. We're going to have our ways. And too bad for you. That's the way it is. So she wasn't like super violent with him or anything. She's just like, let me out. I'm not going to put up with this white shit. And so he says, fine. And then, knowing he's on camera, maybe smelling the dollars, he decides to start calling her Enner. That's going to get him money. It's going to get him popular. That's what everybody is celebrating now. Remember, we just had Shiloh celebrated for saying you had tons of these people building N towers and all of this other kind of garbage, right? So, as I said, I believe that the vast majority of people, the vast majority of the 28,000 that have financially gifted, coming up on 29,000 that have financially gifted her, know very little about Shiloh Hendrix, except the fact that she's a white mother and she's being doxxed and she's being attacked. And so it's a very healthy and it's a great response for white people to say those 29,000 or whatever percentage it is. I believe it's far more than half. To say, yes, I want to support that. That's wonderful. But the most vocal, the most idiotic, the most destructive are the ones that are saying everybody needs to say Enner. It's all about saying, and the content creators, the same thing. maybe not everyone. I didn't hear and listen to everyone, but everywhere I saw, they were all saying, no, I'm totally for saying enter. We're challenging what the system doesn't want you to say enter, so say it. I mean, we even heard, what's his name there across the Atlantic saying, well, the system doesn't want you to say it, and so therefore you should, irrespective of the danger to yourself and child and etc. So this guy, seeing the popularity, the aggrandizement, the celebration, the possibility of a massive windfall, decides to start saying, enter, get out of my car, enter, just completely as trashy as you can be. Well, he ain't white. She insults maybe lightly white people. This Avi is a full-blooded Ashkenazi Jew, according to what everybody is saying, according to actually what he said. Racklin is actually a Ashkenazi surname, according to a basic search. Avi is a Jewish first name, and there's more evidence of him attending bar mitzvahs and all of this kind of stuff. Well, I decided to jump in there, right as this showed up. And I said, where's the gifts and go for this guy? Because how many people, I said it was a non-starter, that you're going to make people millionaires, everybody a millionaire. And remember Matt Walsh coming in saying the only way to stop this canceling is to make people millionaires. Well, that's not going to happen. And we had a conversation about that, totally ignorant position to hold. And so it's a non-starter. So I said, where is this guy getting made into a millionaire? And some of the first comments were just priceless. One guy said, he doesn't want the money. One Jewsburg, he doesn't want the money. Yeah, he doesn't want to be a millionaire. That's how fucking stupid these people are. Well, Avi spins his dreidel and starts himself a gives and go, and starts off with a low sum. And if you remember, Shiloh Hendrix was reported to have started with just a $20,000 goal. Avi starts with just a $7,000 goal. And why? Well, naturally, Uber fires him permanently. He can never work for them. Of course, that's what was going to happen. Will he be able to work for Uber Eats? No. Will he be able to work for other platforms, other businesses that do the same thing? Well, if they find out about him calling his passengers enners, no, he won't be able to do that. So this guy is going to suffer repercussions. Is he going to be doxxed? Is his home address and all of that stuff going to end up coming out? I don't know. But the bottom line was the money did not start showing up for him. At first blush, as I said, on a telephone, it looked like a white guy driving the Uber, and nobody's going to care. Nobody, just like they wouldn't care about me one iota. There wouldn't be $1 coming in from the general white population because I'm clearly a fit, intelligent, handsome white man. Nobody helps us. So the money wasn't coming in. Still not coming in. But things got worse for Avi because it was shortly thereafter revealed that Avi was Avi Racklin. It's said on his Gifts and Go. And people concluded, whoa, wait a second. This isn't a white guy. This is a Jewish guy who's playing that age-old game where he's Jewish 1 minute and white the next minute, and then Jewish the next minute and white the next minute. Fun little game they've got going on. How do the stories connect? Avi Racklin is the guy said to have been brought in to manage Shiloh Hendrix money by Tom Hennessy. It might be, if this is true, that Avi saw the money skyrocketing for her and he wanted to try to jump in on that trend and not only manage the trust but also make himself a fortune of him being fired. And what a despicable thing, by the way. We're going to get right into Jeremy Hambly and him talking about black fatigue and how did we get there and where is that going to go, and a little bit of Mark Dice as well, and a little bit of increased speed so we can get through all of these. Make sure you tag people. Dallas Malloy is with us over there on Premium Rumble. Good to see you, sister. How did we get there? It may be, as the story develops, that these are indeed the people managing the money. And boy, would that be something that you had a lot of these spurgs out there, a lot of the sewer simp wignats rolled out of their little ghetto, and whatever money they actually had might go into the hands of a Jewish guy. Oy vey! Can you believe it? We're so persecuted. All right. How did we get to Jeremy Hambly? How did we get here? Well, we tell you here that the antecedents are a consequence. Antecedents in thought are a consequence of where you put your focus. So if you're putting your focus on non-white people, I know that you think, my friends, that, oh, I can think about them 1 minute and then us the next. That is not how the human animal works. Wherever you put your focus is the determinant of everything that comes thereafter. And I've been teaching this for many, many years, and I'm right. And that's why all of the smart people from the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, are coming to the House of Swash, because they say some of these messages I've gotten from people, white people, brand new to our community, being aware of this. I've never heard of you, and saying things like, thank God there are white people who are sane and sensible and talking about our victimization. And I welcome all of you who are hearing my voice live or in replay, and you see yourself in that comment. So where you put your focus determines all of the derivatives that are a consequence of the focus. You can't say, I'm focused on spurging on Jews, or I'm focused on spurging on blacks because I'm a crusader for the white race. For the white race, I'm a crusader. That's why I do that. You can't. I mean, you can say that, but you're just a vegetable, and you're another link in a long run of failures for generations. Zero success. That's your record. That's what you have to go on. So, of course, when I come in and I'm like, we got to focus. It's the craziest thing I've got to tell you. To go to a group of people and say to the group of people, hey, group, I got an idea. We got to focus on our well-being. We got to focus on us to stop our victimization. And then to have that group of people, for the majority of them, vociferously attack me for that. Vociferously. The guy that was just interviewed, the loser that was just interviewed on Red Ice yesterday, called me repeatedly an N-er because I said we have to focus on us. Repeatedly called me an N-er. This is the mentality. You could not go to Jews and say to a group of Jews, hey, we got to focus on us, and have them attack you as goyim. You couldn't go to black people and say, hey, black people, we got to focus on us, and have them attack you as whatever slur as a black person. You couldn't go to Asians and say, we got to focus on our Asian community. No other group. So what does this tell us? That there is a deep infection in the white race. Some of that anomalous, deleterious behavior might be genetically might be genetic in origin. Much of it is obviously also going to be anti-whiteism in origin. It has made being a people and focusing on us such an alien sentiment, such an alien idea, that when a white guy shows up and he's handsome and he's fit and he's well-spoken and he's nice and he's moral and he can fight, when that white guy shows up and he says, we got to think about us to protect ourselves, you attack, you defame, you slander, you traduce, you calumniate, anything. Don't want to endlessly spurg on the Jews? Obviously, you're a Jew or a Fed. Don't want to endlessly spurg out on blacks? Obviously, I guess an Enner or a Fed. Of course, there's another element to that, and that's the merchant right. These content creators are in it for the dollars. I don't do this for a living. I suffer like Christ for the love of my people. That's literally what we do. The people in the House of Swash, all of them, Ivan the Horrible, DB50, all the way down the line. We suffer for our love for our people, wanting to put an end to our victimization. How are we suffering? It's not just, we expect it from the anti-whites, but the merchant right, they really don't like remedies. Oh, they don't want to talk to anybody who has a remedy. Anybody improving the life of a white person immediately in their psychology, immediately in their family, immediately in their own jobs, in their communities, in the Boy Scout or Girl Scout troop. They don't want to talk to them when they have bigger victories at city scale police departments. They don't want to talk to them when they have those victories. They don't like victories. They don't like remedies because they're making a living. Now, not everybody who's making a living off of sharing the news on the right can justifiably be called or fully be called the merchant right or a merchant on the right. And boy, I think that is so apropos. But their behavior will tell us, won't it? If they want to celebrate victories, if they want to talk about remedies, if they want to talk about people who have dug into and continue to dig into the psychology of the white race and re-scramble that psychology to benefit the individual and their surroundings, their circles of influence, well, then they can prove that they're not just there to make a living. So the merchant right is another aspect of this erroneous focus that undermines the well-being of white people, i.e. white well-being. So what happened with the conversation relative to Shiloh Hendrix? The focus here was on Shiloh and the Shilohs to come. And for that, I and we were relentlessly attacked by the swine, just with their endless squealing. We were relentlessly slandered by them. The merchants on the right, no interest at all in our position. Indeed, wouldn't you believe that a group of people concerned with the well-being of whites would be focused on Shiloh and her children and the Shilohs and children to come? So what is it about such a focus? Well, it is to call out what we should not celebrate. We should condemn reckless behavior that could have led to her physical victimization, and that still might come, but certainly on the spot. And the victimization, the physical victimization of her little boy, and it still might come as a consequence of that reckless behavior. So that behavior needs to be called out as harmful to our people, calling a black guy an Enner who could slit your throat there on the spot or dox you later with videos and video of your van and your license plate and everything else and where you live roughly, and then others can use that to find out exactly where you are. It's to call out that behavior and say, no, this is not laudable behavior. It is condemnable. Why? Because we're focused on the well-being of white people. That's where our focus was. Where was their focus? On the black race. What happens? Antecedents and derivatives of focus and thought. What happens? What are the thought chains when you start with your focus on white people versus when you start with your focus on blacks? All of this was predictable. And I shared all this with you and with those of you whose ear I share, that you're going to start with a focus on blacks, talking about how bad blacks are, talking about how blacks harm us, talking about how it's unfair that blacks get to call us names and not fair that we don't get to call them names. Talking about blacks, about how a percentage of black, and some people, of course, are saying, well, the totality of the race of black people, how they all behave in a specific way, and it's this way, and adding slander on top of the slanders. Focus not on white people, but on black people. So as a consequence of that original focus, it became a focus on black behavior and the use of the word enter, which again is focused on blacks. Remember, I pointed you out from the very beginning that whether you are allowed or not allowed to say enter, and then being allowed is sort of a childish way to talk about it. And so it's an incorrect way to approach it. But if you're focused on that, then you're focused on a multiracial, anti-black criticism. What does a multiracial, anti-black criticism do for white people? Nothing. Now, selfish, individualistic whites, they're going to get maybe a kick out of it. They're going to get a little thrill run up their leg when they're like, yeah, we all hate you because you behave this way. Yeah, I finally feel like I have some power in my mommy's basement. Hey, mom, could you make some more chalky chip cookies and some more chicken tendies? Bring them down here. I don't care that you use a walker. It'll make them happy. And they're so dumb and selfish. They'll say, well, I'm white and it makes me happy, so the focus is on whites. That's how diseased our people is. So what comes after that? Well, a conversation about forcing society to adopt and normalize the word enter, focused on blacks. And then an attempt to redefine an anti-white concept that was created in 2020 by a woman, I think her last name is Winters. She wrote a book called Black Fatigue. And in that book, she coins this meme pathogen and defines it as the malaise, the fatigue of being black and how it undermines you in a world that is just terribly racist against blacks. And she lists even microaggressions. You're just living in this world of microaggressions. Just to point out that racial conflict theory, I think, was what it was originally called, where she got the idea from a guy named Smith. I think he's a white guy, back in 2001 or 2 or 3 or something like that. But racial conflict theory or something like this, he called it. And that's where the idea originally came from. Not a surprise. Smith, you could probably look him up. He's probably a white guy. He's a professor. And so she created this anti-white concept, black fatigue. What do we know about trying to redefine the concepts wielded by anti-whites? It's boneheaded. It's like a child in elementary school. And how absolutely telling. The child in elementary school saying, I know you are, but what am I? That's what these adults are doing. So they're attempting to redefine Black fatigue. Again, focus is remaining on Black people, not the well-being of white people. I mean, you really have to look at me with like silver dollar eyes when I tell you over the years how focus works, and it comes to fruition again and again and again and again and again. And where is the merchant right? Not coming in to say, how many times are you going to get this right, Jason? Tell us how you keep being right. I tell you, I'm going to coin a new word, white jaded. I am sick and tired of the white race rebelling against what's good for us. I'm white jaded. So anyhow, they decide they're going to redefine Black fatigue. And now it means the fatigue, the uneasiness, the frustration, these notions of weariness of having to deal with behavior exhibited by violent, loud, obstreperous, ignoble, obsessive behaviors of a percentage of the Black race. And some will say it's the whole Black race or what have you. But what you say really doesn't matter because you are in contention with reality. So this lassitude over dealing with Black people. And what happens? Well, you have Asians jumping in, you have Jews, you have all of these different groups, even Black people jumping in and saying, well, they've got Black fatigue under that definition. Now, they're sick of the Nners. They move to the neighborhoods that don't have the Nners anymore, all over the place. Do you see how with each derivative, we're getting further and further away from white well-being? I mean, I took, and some of you in this community, endless slander. I went out there and spoke up for the white race, spoke up for white well-being, and saying that this is what's going to happen, and this is exactly what's happened as a consequence. So what's the next step? The next derivative, as we get further, even further away from the well-being of white people and the conversation being about us and our individual well-being by way of our group well-being. What's the next step? Oh, well, naturally, the next step is, why are some Blacks like this? That'll be the conversation that you'll begin seeing all over the internet. Why are some like this? And some people will offer their opinion that, well, it's genetic that they're like this. And others will say, well, it's some genetic and in some environment. And others will say, well, it's an entitlement that's caused by all of the white people who are just giving them. This is more along the line of the conservative type of argument. White people are making a percentage of the Black race feel entitled, and that's why they go out and behave the way that they do. What is missing in all of these conversations? White well-being. I want you to think about, like we were talking about last week, Mark Collett. I want you to think about Joel Davis. I want you to think about these other content creators who are saying, no, the focus is saying enter. The system doesn't want you to say it. You've got to take it back from the system. Everybody's saying that. We've got to laud and encourage the use of the word enter. Not only is that destructive for our well-being and the individual white people who obey those instructions, but every step after that takes us further and further away from white well-being. further and further away from your well-being as a white person, your children's well-being as white children, our collective well-being. So let's see, as a consequence of that antecedent focus being on Black people rather than on white people, let's see what the consequence is like for a couple of entertainers here on YouTube. Let me know if the audio is okay.
What's up, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. You're seeing kind of the rise of a new definition for an old term. There used to be a term called, there is a term called Black fatigue, which used to mean the general tiredness from, I don't know, all sorts of whatever, the pressures of just being Black, apparently. I'd never heard that term, but obviously I'm not in that community, so maybe it was more prevalently used there. I don't know. But there is a new term, there is a new definition that has taken over that is, quite frankly, gaining a lot of momentum, and it's concerning because I don't like where this is heading. I don't think this is going to end well for anybody. But the new definition of Black fatigue is, in general, a general malaise or tiredness of folks seeing, videos or experiencing crime at the hands of this community. Now, obviously, all communities, participate in stupid crime against each other. But right now, I think algorithmically, on places like X, perhaps even in a PSYOP, it all started with Carmelo Anthony. And the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf case was kind of the last, the big domino or the smaller domino that unleashed a larger domino of Shiloh raising nearly $1 million for,
I don't know if this guy actually thinks, he's not hugely bright. I don't know if he actually thinks that Carmelo Anthony is a PSYOP, and then what happened with Shiloh Hendrix is a PSYOP. He used that word, but
having an excited utterance of a particular word at a kid who was stealing from her. And this story went viral over the weekend. I thought I would cover it because it's extremely frustrating that, I want this to get cleaned up before it gets out of control, before other, we said biker gangs driving around and handling business. I don't want to get.
Okay, so let me jump in right there real quick. I don't know why this notion persists that there are white biker gangs that are going to go out and commit racial violence. These gangs, these white biker gangs, I just played for you the testimony at Congress where the feds were saying in Congress that 99+% of the gangs are non-white. So we just played that testimony before Congress. Check it out for yourself. Make sure I'm right. This notion that there are white biker gangs comes from entertainment media. Without question, there have been, especially after World War II, veterans came back, they had PTSD, they didn't know what that was. They used their meager income to buy cheap motorcycles that were made by Harley Davidson, and they got into bike clubs. And yes, there were some of those clubs that got into criminality, and just as that's always the case. But where do we interact with these biker gangs? Mostly, where is our interaction? Where do we know them from? Entertainment media. The great evil white biker gang shows up and they victimize innocent non-white people all the time. There are no hordes of white biker gangs that are going to go out and commit racial violence. This is preposterous. I never see a group of bikers going down the road that's not multiracial. And in many of these cases, and they've got like skulls on their jackets, and in many of these cases, there is a black guy with a white woman in the biker gang. So this is a preposterous notion right out of the anti-white narrative.
To that level.
Oh, great.
I have to poop, but it feels stuck. Stop!
No.
But here is two Indiana boys, quote, make up after one of the boys got jumped in a park in Madison, Indiana. By the way, these are like 8 and 10-year-old kids.
Okay, I showed the still from this. Apparently that little boy that was jumped by a bunch of black boys and bloodied up severely. Apparently his name is Jason, and his mother is single, another single white mother. And anyhow, wait till you hear what the white people did.
Why are they participating in this type of behavior? I have never seen ever this type of, activity in parks or even at schools. I mean, I've seen fights before, but not like this, which I'm going to show you. After the beating rocked the community, local leaders, including a group of bikers, held a meetup to support the victim, Jason. Obviously, I think you could probably put it together. The victim is a
bikers. In other words, the ride club that I guarantee is multiracial. Anti-Whiteout says we need to have back the return. We need to have back that return to the land organizer periodically on the show. Arvel, yeah, to keep tabs on their progress. 100% agree. Yeah, he's a great guy, smart guy. Guess what? Focus is in the right place. Very few trusts have self-dealing limitations, points out the Tree Godfather, referencing the developing story relative to Shiloh Hendrix fundraiser. Slots agreeing 100% to something so that means it's absolutely true because he's this super bright guy in our community. My first thought, it was targeting Go Free, says Slots. He's also helping JB from Florida to tag me if he has a question he wants to get involved in the conversation. Let me just... Disappointing to see Red Ice going down that road, to be honest, says the Tree Godfather. Yeah, I mean, that is not a quality person. I mean, you could not be more objectionable than that guy. I would find it hard to believe. Poop says, we need no help. Building ancient civilization and creating philosophy and much more. We don't need outsider help now. We need to realize who we are and love ourselves. Amen to that. And I'm not seeing any tags from JB Florida. Let's see, potentially wearing 2 watches is a bit funny, but I can't see the face of the right one. Is somebody saying that I'm wearing 2 watches? Anything to try to cut me down? Anything to try to... Is that how jealous you are? Gee, could you read that watch for me? Polar says, you make a good point. Not to use derogative names, I must confess, I used it as an outlet from frustration. It did not solve anything. Well, thank you for honestly sharing whether or not slanders are helpful at all. They're simply not. And sane people know that. It has nothing to do with, as Joel lied about me, claiming, and we reviewed that I was saying it was immoral to say these slanders. I'm concerned with ending our victimization, with ending your personal victimization. I don't know you, but I care about you because I care about white people. I don't want you to be fired. I don't want you to be ruined in a park somewhere. I want you to be a powerful, magnificent white hero, to build a great foundation on which you can advocate for white well-being in a productive way to our brothers and sisters. Thanks, Polar. I actually thought this anti-white, white race really doesn't even deserve what well-being Trump is bringing them, says the great Slots. Good to see everybody here. I grew up around MCs, and most of them would have taken offense at being called a member of a gang. Biker community Ivan says the first no white guilt name Ivan has ever seen that wasn't created by this communita was Shiloh Hendrix flipping the bird. White guilt is dead. Stinks of a psyop, Ivan says. It sure does. It sure does stink of a psyop. Hey, let's get white people to not pay attention to the no white guilt community. White guilt is dead by just going out there and uttering a phrase that will either get you ruined immediately, maybe dead, or ruined eventually. Firings, ostracization from your friend groups. And what happens to you when you're fired and you can't? So here you see we're getting a little bit more. You'll see we're getting to the point where why are some black people like this? Why do some black people give everyone of every race black fatigue? And so the conversation is moving in the direction of where are the black fathers? Where are the black role models in the black communities? Where are the black business leaders who will step in there? What about the black big brother endeavors? Where are those black males that can step in and mentor these boys? And then the conversation will continue to move from one link in the chain to the next. Why aren't they there? And then the blame will broaden. It'll finally come back to the white race in a negative way, saying, at least in part, it's the white race's fault that black people, either we've been too hard on them or too easy on them. That'll be the conclusion of this. It's our fault. We've been too hard or too easy or both. And that's why a percentage of them, according to these people having this conversation, behave in a way that give everyone, including black people, black fatigue. It is amazing that anyone could come and sit here and listen to me share this again and again and again, twice at least every week, and still show up and be like, you're wrong. Bobby Boldley says the Shiloh attention appears very psyop to me. There are people who are talking about the whole episode potentially being, and there's that guy, Viva whatever, and he's reviewing it potentially being a psyop. The campaign is saying that innocent white people are all ends sayers. Yeah, it's a great point. Let's continue with this guy who eats hambly.
A little white boy, and who was jumped by.
Another thing I really despise about this guy is he never says black boy, but he calls Austin Metcalf a white boy. He calls them the Metcalf boys or the Metcalf boy. He never calls Carmelo a boy. Let's see if he calls the black children that jumped Jason. Let's see if he calls them black boys.
By several non-white boys.
Oh, he said non-white boys.
One of the boys said
not
he was
black
at the park
boys.
when he was jumped. She says there's been a history of issues with these boys in the community. These kids are so disrespectful. They throw trash over my fence into my yard, throw rocks at my dogs. Last year, they were using those Orbeez, which I think those are like those little white BBs or water-filled BBs. They would fire them at their dogs. Anytime I would confront them and ask for a parent, it's threats of their parents. They say their parents have weapons and that you don't want to meet them. The other boy's father, Desi Mace, and in a post shared by Kevin Hummel Sr. on Facebook, there seems to be no accountability for these young ones or anyone able to track down their parents. Here's a small clip of it. I'm not going to show the aftermath because it's probably kind of, I don't want to humiliate this kid, but you can see there's some sort of.
I'm not going to play any of that because I'm sure he can play it. He's just showing how they surround, and then this one in the black is the one who comes up from behind and hits Jason in the temple, forehead, side of his face, and opens up his head and he bleeds like there's no tomorrow. And then this is where they're stomping him on the ground. I'm not showing any of that. This is Jeremy Hambley's clip. So you got to take his clip down and strike him.
This incredible mold remover
if you're going to try to do that on
your
me.
bathroom and tiles to their original shine in just.
Now here, so then they share, then the community gets together and they're like, oh, look, they made up. Well, they in fact did not make up. And
so the community, the bikers, they got together and they bought the black kids, or at least one of them, a bunch of stuff to get them to come together and get a photo with their arms around each other, and everything is fine. They've made up. Everything is fine now. But the mother of Jason is saying it's not fine. These people are a regular problem in the community and threatening, and she's got no husband to stand in the gap for the children.
Roving gang of youths is still terrorizing the community and this kid too. So there's this post here from Kevin Hummel Sr. It's starting to sink in what we accomplished last Sunday, which has never been done before. As a business owner, I was nervous about making calls, knowing that if things went south, I would lose everything. It was worrisome situation. Some people were advising me against it, while others were sending me texting. We needed to pull the community together as one. I was concerned that this was a gray area, but after discussing it with many people, they were ready to move forward. So I started making phone calls to the individuals. I knew it would be the right thing. So this guy, I can't really tell who he is, Kevin Hummel Sr.
That's the guy
for a photo op.
That's the guy who got everybody together. Mestizo Karf says, Misha doesn't buy into the Shiloh grip. Really? So Misha says she calls it a grift. She's not buying into it. You know, whether, I know Viva Frey is that guy's name who's investigating whether or not it was a psyop or just a grift or whatever. But I think for me, I'm open to whatever news ends up coming out, including that maybe it's completely, happened exactly as she said or they said, but you have this trust in place that's going to actually receive and decide what happens with the money. Who knows? I hope it's not that.
Yolanda, sometimes we have to sit at tables we aren't wanted and wanted. What? Not wanted and wanted. In the beginning, this was just a kid, but after several meetings and the calls, the narrative changed and the adults knew it had to be about the boys and any other blah, 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 God this, God that. No, this is all fake, right? Kid got jumped. A group of kids decided to threaten and throw.
It's not fake in the sense that it didn't happen. The community did. This guy, they brought them together.
Throw things at our dog, then proceed to jump my son as he tried to walk away, which is all on video. He had to get stitches. Truly, I'm angry. These kids are so incredibly disrespectful. They throw trash over my fence. I'm thankful Jason's okay, and I'm praying hard. And ultimately, why is this muted? Oh, okay. Maybe they're a clickbait account. I'm not sure.
Auden White is with us. Hello.
This was a fake ending. They did not. In fact, you can see we found her mother, and Dylan Dennis has been talking with her. Terrible story. This says, I'm taking pictures. He knows now to take pictures of these kids so he can try to be aware of where their parents are aware. The two boys are facing charges. Good, by the way. And by the way, stop letting this crap off the hook. Those boys should get charges. They attacked him. They jumped him. There's a crime for that. The other little boy seemed to be defending himself, although he never even touched the other kids. So Dylan Dennis comes around. I'm unfamiliar with him. He's a fighter, I think. Saying, I promise I'm going to get support for Jason, get him into a gym so he knows how to fight. We also can work on helping you out fight.
Get ready for, and I'm not saying this guy's doing it, but whenever there is a single mothers out there, be warned. You probably know to some degree that guys will show up to get some ass by feigning interest in the children, to protect the children. And so I would not doubt that that's going to happen with this mother as well. What a disgusting scenario to find yourself in. And to whatever degree that she's responsible for being single, who knows? The other big threat is that something like this, there's all this attention. And this woman, she doesn't know the guy's reaching out to say, oh, I want to help. I want teach the kid how to fight, or I want to, and again, I'm not saying that guy or the other guy that bought gifts for the black attackers and got everybody together for a photograph as a consequence. Really just disgusting. But be aware, ladies, that the guys showing up here might be pedophiles. A mother who has to work for a living, has 4 children that the guy could then have access to. If he comes in as the great defender, he's going to help her take care of these children. Be very wary of that.
Financially, a lot of people online have your back. Let me handle a few things. We'll fix this. This woman just wants to move out of this community. It's been so overwhelmed with all this. Plus, with my place of employment, I have to be careful. This is the mom. I want my son to get support and connection with men who have good character and values. I'm doing my best as a single mom of 4. Yikes. His mother is a POS. His father's a POS. Well, that's what she says. And has drugged Dre through so much. He has disappeared again. Jason is still dealing with bullies, and I can't get any backup when these incidents occur. I'm taking pictures, and he knows now to take pictures of these kids so we can try and be aware of them. The 2 boys, by the way, are facing charges thanks to the awareness spread by this. She goes on to say that it, in fact, has not gotten better.
No shit.
By the way, no charges, no suspension, not even a slap on the wrist, just a shiny award they gave these kids because, I don't know, people try to do the right thing.
See, that's the biker gang. You got this fat white guy. I guarantee you, in his biker gang, there's a black guy with a white woman. It's universal at this point. They're like the hardcore white guys, you know, just like la, la, on their Harleys, you know, and they got all this leather on. They got them big old boots on. They're like, yeah, I'm tough. And then you're like, oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that, cuck.
Try to do the right thing, but, you know.
Look at his head.
And yet the parents made him humiliate himself and forgive his attackers. Yeah, people are tired of this, you know. People are tired of headlines like this. Oops, it looks like the New York Post deleted it. Why do you think the New York Post deleted this? Well, because Swifty College co-ed lost her life as she slept due to career criminal who broke in this picture. This, why does that matter? This guy really gave him free some protection.
Another story. We got to keep it moving along. Crimes.
But I would like to see all these videos of a bunch of white kids ganging up on some black kid in a park. Because if you believe the rhetoric,
this is the conservative stupidity. This is the conservative. If the anti-whites could find one video of 2 or more white guys fighting a non-white guy, that's it. Your position is defeated. Why? Because everybody has witnessed that happening thousands of times in entertainment. They wouldn't even need an actual instance, but they absolutely could find it.
Then there should be thousands of those videos, because I see a new video every day of groups of young, unaccompanied youths committing, aggressive acts, taking
now black boys,
people's lives, stabbing people, roaming the streets. I mean, show me the other groups of these, people that are doing the same.
Where's the focus on what he's talking about? This whole video, focus has been on blacks. And then since he's more of a cuck, he softens it by saying, well, everybody, though, behaves like this, but they seem to behave like this a little bit more.
I agree they are. But how come? Maybe it's just that in that community, they film it, and that's why we see so much video from it.
They're natural movie producers there, Jeremy.
I'm going to show you a godsend right here, Mr. Humble. See like these 2 boys?
Got a new bicycle. They got new bicycles. They get into a fight. The blacks jump the white child and stomp and beat him into the ground. Stitches across his forehead. Blood spills everywhere. He's screaming in pain and fear. And to fix this, everybody gets a new bicycle. This is what the white race does. Sickening. And look at this guy over here, the real tough white guy. He's got his goatee on, too.
Again, this community probably tried to do the right thing, right? They want to try to bring these kids together. They don't want it to be a race thing. I understand why they did what they did, but
typical cucks. They don't want it to be. It's a race thing, but they're gonna not see it.
They still make Jason as the victim, and he basically had to humiliate himself. And for
Slot says rewarding anti-whiteism 100%.
Give the other kids when he was 100% in the right. You know, this other kid should not be getting a free bike. He should be getting a free ride to jail or juvie, right? But because people are into self-flagellating themselves, you know, the articles like this from the New York Post will...
Self-flagellating means flagellating themselves, Jeremy.
Continue to get posted. You know, no graduation pic. You know, just run-of-the-mill criminal again. Or students or whatever. People are getting sick of it. We cannot address an issue if we cannot
So the issue, the focus, blacks.
Accurately describe what that issue is. I don't know how to fix it, but I'm done.
But he's there to give you his opinion.
Pretending like it's just some kids just some kids roughhousing, because it sure seems like there's generally, I mean, a lot of inside that community, they're doing this to each other every day. But it seems like a lot of people in other communities have to keep paying the price because they don't want to keep these people in jail. They don't want to say, they don't want to be called.
Again, you all are privy to the Go Free Dialogic, and you see the massive errors that he and all other cucks make, and Spurgs, anti-non-white Spurgs, the massive error that they make.
Racist, I don't know. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, hey, keep the criminals in jail. And these other kids that attacked this kid, they should go to jail too. By the way, if a white guy had broken into this Swifty's house and had the same rap sheet, I think the same thing should happen. If the race is reversed in the park, I think that the white kids should be charged. Problem is, it just isn't happening, is it? Very frustrating to see.
The problem is that not that it's not happening, dumb. How does this guy have millions of followers? For the love of God. We just have, it's not the peanut gallery, it's the vegetable gallery.
And it's also,
all right.
There's a certain term which is going viral. Many of you probably first heard about it here. I didn't coin it, but I certainly did my best to popularize it. Black fatigue, the deep mental exhaustion from being forced to care about black people and their actions 24/7. And it's going.
What's the conversation about? Is it about us? Is it about our well-being? Look how quickly it shifted. I mean, it wasn't focused on us at all. We were the only people.
Going viral, but not by the people who you would expect to be talking about it. Many white people have been experiencing it for, decades. Others for the last 5 years or so, since the 2020 Black Lives Matter insurrection. But many black people...
Craig says the word bully undermines the narrative that it's an anti-white attack or even violent to begin with. Yeah, actually, I skipped over somewhere, and maybe I just missed it while we were watching it. Jeremy said they're bullying him because he's a little chubby. No, chubby. They're bullying him because he's white. They're physically anti-white to the point there, attacking him, victimizing him, bloodying him, beating the piss out of him, intimidating him because he's white, not because he's chubby, not because he's awkward. It wouldn't. And here's the reality for everybody who has eyes to see. Even if Jason were massively chubby and massively awkward, and that chubbiness and awkwardness played into the motivations of the anti-white, non-white attackers, it still behooves us to discuss his victimization as anti-white, because that enables us to think in ways to end such victimizations. Like I've said before, the white race is the only race that will come to me and say, no, this isn't anti-white. It's actually an economic thing. This isn't anti-white. It's actually a bullying problem in America. And it's bullies of all races and victims of bullies of all races, turning it into a total abstraction. Jews, if I was a Jew and I went to the Jews and I said, this thing is anti-Semitic, not a single Jewish person, I imagine, would come to me. I mean, use your own imagination, would come to me and say, no, beating up the Jews at the school is not anti-Semitic. It's just this abstraction called bullying. Absolutely disgusting.
People are also experiencing it because, tell us, Chris Rock.
Everything white people don't like about black people really don't like about black people.
Obviously, he's talking about a subset of the black community, but you're not supposed to use certain terminology to describe that kind of behavior. But many in the black community are also experiencing black fatigue because of them.
There's an interesting phrase going around these days. It's called black fatigue. When I heard that, I started laughing because...
What did I say? We've got these black content creators and just regular black folk that are coming out and they're saying, I got black fatigue too. F them Nners. F them. So just like Jason said, it's a multiracial, anti-black focus. Never will come back to white well-being. Never started in white well-being with the focus over there. We got Rebellious over here saying Shiloh's money wasn't about control. It was about proving a point. Depends on, I might agree that the majority of the money, depending upon what you think the point that's being proven is, I might agree with that to some degree. I believe a lot of good people came and financed, gave money because they saw and heard a white woman was being doxxed and losing her job, children in danger, she's in danger. And they said, that's all they needed. That's all they knew. That's all they needed to know. And that's a positive.
I've been had black fatigue.
I've been had black fatigue.
That old ratchet bull. All the random acts of violence.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the...
Look at these commercials. God, they're so oppressive. My friend asked me where I got this. I got it out of a body in an alley. Now I'm making chicken dinner with it.
Black fatigue is some real shit, especially with the Carmelo Anthony thing. That was some degenerate punk.
Now, why would white people show black people? Why would it be right on their lips? Why would it be? And Hambly made another video. Maybe today it was about, look at all the blacks that are having black fatigue. And it's so embarrassing. I can't show it. Although maybe I will show it some other time. Because he literally is the personification of the most gooberish, dickless white loser that you can imagine. Like he's very nervous about criticizing the behavior of anti-white non-whites. But then he shows a video of a black guy saying he's got black fatigue. I think it's Jason Whitlock that's saying it. And Hambly literally is like a big, like jelly body. Like he goes, yeah, I agree with him. I mean, it was the most pathetic. Like, you're out of the race, Jeremy. You are out of the race. That was the most pathetic, one of the most pathetic spectacles I've ever seen. Maybe I will have to cut it and put it on X to make fun of him and white people who behave that way. But white people now, we here in the House of Swash, and you can learn this, are now referencing overwhelmingly black people and black content creators who have black fatigue under this new and very superficial definition. It ain't going to last. Or because those white people, all white people, are infected with anti-whiteism, which has convinced us that our opinions and our views mean less, our injuries mean less than every other group. And that in some cases, the opinions and views and injuries of blacks are the most important. So white people go out and they're like, wait, there's a black guy that agrees with me. And so now my point is fair and legitimate. Where did we start today? Can I just ask you where we started today? The meme curative. We don't need our victimizer to give us permission, validation, or approval for our views to be legitimate, responsible, and moral. But white people are going to non-whites to have their opinion on black fatigue and on not liking the behavior of some black people, are going to blacks to validate their view on blacks. And you think you have a chance, a snowball's chance in hell of ending our victimization? You'll never know. I mean, maybe your kids or the white kids coming up, maybe you won't have any, but maybe the white kids coming up will realize what you fucking missed when I was here and you had an opportunity.
Bull. I have black fatigue too, and so do the rest of the black people. And what it should be called is nigga fatigue.
I think we're all on the same page, sir. And stay tuned because there's plenty more to come in this video. But real quick, subscribe to my channel for new here because, well, obviously, you're not going to get authenticity from any other YouTube channel like this. If you search TikTok for black fatigue, you find a lot of black people expressing that they...
And totally legitimized black fatigue with that. And we have I saying, anti-white says Jason has 2 watches. However, will I trust 30 years of work and effective explanation of how to make the best changes in and around your life for Westmen and women? Who is this person? Are they got like, I know it's like one eye like this and the other eye like that. And they're like, oh, I think I see 2. One watch. The other side is not a watch. Mestizo Carf says, what's next? Hispanic fatigue? Yes. Yes. They won't be focusing. White people will do anything else. Black content creators are making this all about the victimization by saying, we get hurt by black fatigue the most. Oh, yeah. So Bishop is pointing out that the black content creators are saying, oh, we get it. We get it the most. We got to suffer the black people everywhere. Once again, taking focus off of anti-whiteism. You know what? I will not be surprised if we see a white content creator. You'll probably come across one, if not me, that will be talking about how black people suffer the most from black fatigue. It's coming.
Too are experiencing it, and we'll go through some of these.
Let's see. How fast are we going here? Speed it up a bit.
Assuming that some of them are very upset at the term and are going to just blame white people for that too. But listen to these people.
Black fatigue. This video might make you uncomfortable, but it needs to be made. There's a growing sentiment, most recently, of individuals who are...
This is a black guy that can speak regular English. He's going to be a conservative content creator of some sort, or maybe not a full-fledged content creator, but he's making his videos. And how many white women have thrown themselves at him because he's a black conservative that legitimizes their views?
Proclaiming they do have black fatigue, and you don't have to be a non-black person to have black fatigue.
So there's this term that's going around called black fatigue, and what black fatigue is, you are tired of certain black behaviors in the black community that needs to be addressed, and it's literally making you tired at this point. It comes to black on black crime, upholding things that are not right in the black community, like baby mama culture and the rap culture that we have now, gang violence, all of these things that are horrible.
The rap culture, gang violence, these are
for the black community.
Just listening to a video.
And therefore, this is all about the black community. Man, it hurts to be this right.
This is Dr. T. Just listen to a video.
Oh, it's Dr. T. My birth certificate had my doctorate stapled to it.
Expressing the true sentiments of white people. White people are tired of this shit. White people are tired of hearing.
I'm so happy hearing what he has to say to us about white people and what they think. And can you believe it? You know, there are more white people going to Dr. T to find out what white people think than right here.
Racism, oppression. Oh God, they're racist against me. White people are tired of hearing black people's excuses of why they can't graduate high school, why they can't raise their kids. Black kids running all over the city, no parents, no parents. I know why, because the parents let them do this shit. I've worked with black parents for decades. They won't work with you. They won't cooperate. Their lives are going down the tubes, and I can't get black parents to do anything, especially black mothers.
Black fatigue. A lot of y'all are going to get mad at me, but when are you not? What is black fatigue? People are tired of your people are tired of the black community. It is what it is. Even black people are tired of the black community. That should tell you something. But They just call us derogatory names just like they call white folks. People are tired of seeing the same over and over again. And if they say anything about it, it's racist.
Is this guy a furry? What the fuck is he wearing? But he's black, so therefore his opinion really matters. I get validated by it.
Racist. If they want something done about it, it's racist. If they want justice for a crime that was committed by the black community, racist. Like I said, you don't have to be white to experience this. Asian people, Hispanic people, white people, even black people.
Feel extreme fatigue
Is
or have
multiracial.
blurred vision due to diabetes. Place this under your tongue and flush out sugar through your urine.
Experience black fatigue. Simply being tired of that.
Just in case nobody told you.
Oh my God. This is self-parodic. These can't be real. I mean, this is so self-parodic.
Tell you. This thing called black fatigue is real.
It is.
Now, what is black fatigue?
Just
in case you were not aware.
What is?
Black fatigue occurs
Say it, brother.
when people, including black people,
that's right,
get sick and tired.
Is
black people who always want to play the victim, always want to complain, always want to act a fool. Don't want to be held accountable for anything. We're just sick of it.
These videos just go on and on and on. If you search for black fatigue, most of them black people talking about how they're experiencing black fatigue. Others made from black people complaining about the term and still just obviously are, well, part of the problem. But my new favorite black content creator is this woman, Carmen JC, who could be the next Candace Owens.
Oh, I hope
guess as long as
so.
she doesn't criticize a certain.
I hope so. This is that would be so great if we had another black woman to speak out for white people.
Content creator is this woman. Carmen still just obviously are, well, part of the problem. But my new favorite black content creator is this woman, Carmen JC, who could be the next Candace Owens. Well, I guess as long as she doesn't criticize a certain group of people, because we know what happens to someone's career when they do that.
Until the black community is able to take some constructive criticism and accept hard truths, we're not going to.
Yeah, does she want us to hear what she has to say? She might want to cover up the cleavage.
Progress as a community. And I'm really talking to black women because black women are at the forefront of the community. And hard truth coming, black women, you are raising criminals and you are raising hoes, and our community is in shambles.
How much do you want to bet she will become a huge content creator, because all kinds of white content, I mean, Dice loves her, all kinds of white content creators with giant audiences are going to want to talk with her about what's going on and how can white people are being harmed and some black people are acting this way, and why is that, and tell us more. And then the white race will lift her up to another Candace Owens. Just, it's disgusting.
Because of what you're raising, because of the decisions that you are making, and the men that you're choosing to have these children with. Okay.
But nobody has more black fatigue, perhaps, than good old Pastor James Manning. Remember him?
Now, James Manning was funny back in the day of Obama.
To go viral during the Obama administration, railing against the, quote, long-legged Mac Daddy, as he used to call it. I can't play any of this clip because YouTube would consider it to be hate speech, but I did post it on my locals page, and you can read the caption that I put, just to get a little idea about his take on the situation. But since we are in the midst of a culture war, which largely is an information war, there is a battle of definitions. And just like some of the black people on TikTok don't understand the definition and have it completely backwards. So, of course, does Google. If you just Google black fatigue, meaning the AI overview.
So essentially, Google, ChatGPT, and Grok all tell you that black fatigue is the meme pathogen, and that there is a misrepresentation of it going on.
Sadly, even Grok, Elon Musk's ChatGPT, that's supposed to not be woke, is woke. It parrots the same definition as Google's AI.
The Westman says, I got anti-white fatigue. Heck yeah. High Speed Drifter says, if we obsess about other races, we will never obsess about white well-being. So true. Yes. Can you believe that that's like a revolutionary thing? It really is, though. YouTube comment sections are full of people promoting the phrase black fatigue. Yep, total focus on black people. Scythian Horseman says, thank you, brother, for having me. Love to you and yours. See you soon. Thank you so much, Scythian Horseman. Samuski says, I got out into the world every day, go out into the world every day armed with the Go Free lexicon. I don't have to use it nearly as often as I might like because no one IRL ever says black fatigue unless to mock it. Tree Godfather said, oops, where did it go? It's obvious. It's obviously one watch and one copy of Go Free on microfilm woven into a bracelet. Yes, that's clearly what it is. Yes, the Tree Godfather clearing things up for that anti-white in the chat. Nasty Butler is here. Mestizo says, I can already see a new fatigue video in the future titled, quote, I saw, and then insert non-white group at the store. My day was ruined immediately. Yeah. Yep. They are centering their community, says Slots. Yes, they are. Ay, ay, ay. Fatigue, 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 fatigue. If only I could talk about what's happening to my people. Oh, wait, I can. It's anti-whiteism. Perfectly said.
Review and ChatGPT. People are so tired of it that not only are they making memes to bring awareness and some levity to the situation, but they're also making some very interesting AI-generated songs, like this one from the YouTube channel Hard Archive. It's called I Feel Like Saying Something Bleep Bleep today.
Hey everyone, Ryan from
Whoa, dude, how many commercials this guy got?
Two of my favorite belts in the line.
I got belts.
Jeopardized belt.
I got belts, and I got more belts. I'll sell you my belts. You want a belt? Got a belt. You can wear it around your waist. You could put it around, I don't know, maybe around your wife's neck. Maybe somebody else's neck. You could lead them around with the belt. Maybe they want that kind of a thing. But I got belts. Take a look at me. I make belts. Look at my little spindle things here.
Old world harness belt. These are quality USA made belts.
These are quality USA made. I make them right in my garage.
With a 100-year
warranty. Look at my
warranty.
machines.
I mean, if you're buying stuff like this,
if you're buying something that's gonna come apart, like everybody's belts come apart just like this. Every time I buy a belt that isn't a belt that I make, it just unravels like within 72 hours when I'm walking around.
This is what it's going to look like.
You end up beltless. You don't want to end up beltless. You want to buy my belts.
Like this is just imported.
You can tow a car with my belt. Let me just make a video of me towing another car with one of my belts.
They crack, they peel apart in no time. This is just junk, and they're getting $50 to $60 for this stuff now.
Oh, he's got more of like a nasally, doesn't he? They're getting $60 for this crowd. I tore it apart in like 5 minutes with a razor.
Fake leather, made in a country you never heard of.
Made in a country you never heard of.
And this is what happens to them. And it's not, they used to be $20. They're not anymore. They're $50, $60. It's crazy the prices they charge for these plastic imported belts. You can go to hanksbelts.com. We got a ton of belts, all different styles. These are two of my favorite. My Tana Bison belt.
All right. And then this is what Mark Dice is celebrating. A AI generated song about wanting to say enter. The white race is a joke. What a joke.
All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along.
Yeah. Enter. 500,000 views, enter. Jason's turning his back on Shiloh. And that's totally like the goobery Jeremy Hambley white people like dancing music. It's like enter.
And since the thought police and even the cowardly conservatives think that people should be canceled if they dare utter the word in any context ever throughout
it's more like a hard re
their entire life, maybe it's time that CNN be canceled for producing.
They're all out of the race. All of them are out of the race. I have determined.
This segment now 11 years ago, covering the history. Where did the N-word come from? Where they certainly don't bleep.
Who fucking cares?
I'm not going to play it because I'll have to bleep it out. Otherwise, YouTube will take my video down because we all know about the double standards. But you can go watch this video for yourself.
Obviously, I disavow. It appears that it's on the screen. I just saw that. So I disavow. That's Mark Dice video, not mine.
Describe the behavior of a little thief are so upset still that they want her arrested.
This word has been used to hurt Black people since the beginning of time.
Black people's feelings. Oh, no.
I mean, it's 2025. We should stop.
You can make fun of that all you want. The vast majority of white people don't say it for that reason.
It makes no sense.
You should stop your black fragility. We don't care.
Hate has no home
Stop your black fragility. All about black people.
here. These are the words that many in the community are chanting outside of Rochester City Hall, demanding justice.
We are looking for the woman in question to be charged.
You need to charge Shiloh.
They're talking about hunting Shiloh down. But yeah, encourage more white mothers to use that particular word in public on black people. Yeah, you really care about white people when you do that.
A viral video of
Yeah, we know. Charge her with what? Exercising the First Amendment. Obviously, it isn't allowed.
That's no defense. Of course.
I just came across something called black fatigue. And basically, it's white Americans are sick of our shit.
I got news for you.
I got news for you.
Black Americans are sick of your shit.
Sick of your shit.
That's right.
That's
Black people.
People. And he'll be retweeted, but not me. Black people who sick of their shit. They got black fatigue. They'll be retweeted thousands of times by white people, and they'll put them in their videos. The white peoples will put them in their videos, make them famous in a positive way. Man, this is absolutely the era of anti-whiteism. White people participating full-throatedly. And I mean, maybe it's full-throated because they're down on their knees and they know how to swallow.
Sick of black people's shit.
Amen.
All right. We're going to be talking about now South Africa. South Africans are coming to the United States. If you all have any, Anonymous is here, thought whatever I was doing or saying was funny. So did Peter. I appreciate it. Ulrich is here. He said, this is sad. It is sad. Goofa says, this is so counterproductive from Dice. He's like a child excited that he can be naughty without realizing that it isn't going to work out like he imagines. So tiring. Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, he's an entertainer for a living, and he's got a dumbass audience, all these dumb white people. So he's got to speak their vegetableized language. So that's who he's appealing to. I don't know how much of it is his actual thinking or conclusions or sentiment. But yeah, it's not going to be productive for our people. It's not going to do anything to end our victimization. It's like, oh, I get to be naughty. Yeah, it's totally that. I get to be naughty. Like, grow up. And also like the endless certain group of people you can't talk about, certain group of, and it's just like, this is laborious. Does anybody want to get from the stupidity to the remedy? If someone just stands there complaining about the rain, saying they're at it again, without looking at what you can do for your people, you're the fool, not the get out or get a go free umbrella. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're the fool. You keep complaining about this group or that group, standing in the rain. So what's happening with South Africa? Well, I'm ambivalent. You know, I got emotions both directions. I couldn't be happier that these beautiful brothers and sisters of ours are being rescued from what anti-whiteism does to our creations. And unfortunately, I would not be surprised to see one or more of these people, get online and express anti-white sentiment. Wouldn't be surprised at all. But I'm still happy they've been extracted, and hopefully there'll be many more. I expect the Trump administration to also save Black South Africans because they're conservatives, and that's the stupidity. Isn't about race. So I'm happy about that. I'm angry that we are not going there with the force of hell to destroy the South African government, the anti-white South African government, and to restore the creators of South Africa to power. That's what should happen, in my opinion. But what's happening over here? I mean, you have the predictable. Anti-whites are going out of their minds. These people need to be killed, according to so many anti-whites.
I need y'all to realize what Trump just did. He brought 8,000 white people out here from South Africa, not because they need rep.
Don't worry about any facts. They're going to find out, quote, they're going to find out the hard way. These people will start getting their ass whooped, is his quote.
Not because they need asylum. It's because he knows these 8,000 white South African motherfuckers are racist. He knows they finna come over here and they
fixing come over here.
Gonna be blatantly racist, thinking that they still in South Africa. But these 8,000 race.
This is the anti-white narrative. South Africa to them, in the anti-white narrative, and for so many white people who are just vagues, South Africa was a country that white people went into and stole from black people. That's what South Africa is. Have a conversation with your basic bitch white person. It's a country that existed, and white people went in there and stole all the jobs, stole the land, stole the government from blacks, stole social welfare, stole for blacks, stole the health system from blacks, stole the highways and byways and roads and boulevards from blacks. They stole it all from blacks, and then they oppressed blacks, and they pushed blacks into horrible ghetto scenarios. This is literally what they all think because of the anti-white narrative, which is why you have to contend with that if you want to defeat anti-whiteism. They pushed them all into these miserable circumstances and made them suffer for 40,000 years. And then, okay, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but you get my drift. And then black people captured the government, the highways, the byways, the medical system, the social welfare, the land, and they captured it all back from the white people. And now the white people are getting what they deserve. They're getting, and these people they recognize are the descendants of the original white people who stole South Africa from the blacks, but they still should suffer because they're the descendants. So they need to be victimized. They need to keep their mouth shut or they're going to get their ass whooped over here. That's really what's going on in their minds. Just like South Africa stolen, just like Orania was stolen from the blacks. But you say, Jason, we haven't got to that point in history yet. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you what the anti-white narrative will be. Orania was stolen from the blacks. The farming they do there was stolen from the blacks. Any minerals or ore they dig up and sell was stolen from the blacks. The clean streets, the beautiful little houses were stolen from the blacks. And it's because they're evil and white, and they were setting up apartheid again, where they were going to persecute more blacks. This is your anti-white narrative. If you don't contend with the narrative that it's fiction, if you don't contend with this and dismiss anti-whites on the basis of being anti-white, you cannot get from here to the end of our victimization. This recurs. It just is the same story.
These motherfuckers is going to find out the hard way. They're going to fuck around and find out.
So these are direct threats to our brothers and sisters fleeing persecution in South Africa because they're white. hundreds of anti-white laws on the books, countless, according to Stephen Miller, attacks on white people, brutally butchered and murdered because they're white. Yes, sometimes the black help on the farm also gets killed, but they're there for the white people. It's obvious. The world knows it. So it's not just black males. I mean, across TikTok, and I gotta give a thank you to Katie for finding these videos and stories for me. So big thank you to Katie. It's black females, but it's anti-whites of all races.
Good morning. This is for the South Africans who are going to be entering the United States. This is just a public service announcement.
It's a public service announcement. We're going to be whooping the shit out of you because you're white.
Announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the black people who were students during apartheid, we're grandmas and grandpas now, and we have the ear of Gen Z. One more thing, I also want to let you know that our president, he has Secret Service, and you will not.
Okay, so you're not going to be protected. We're going to get you, white people. We're going to come and victimize you, white people. That's what she's saying.
I also want to tell you that black people over here are empowered.
Yeah, look at this psychotic gleefulness in the threats of violence toward these innocent white people. The reality, of course, the reality, and also the sad reality is because is that since they don't have the Go Free dialogic, they're probably white guilted. They're functioning by the anti-white narrative. They'll probably get on videos and interviews and tell the world how much they love blacks and how sorry they are for what white people did. You watch, mark my words. But this is what they're facing. So the origin, of course, then, is in the anti-white narrative. The anti-white narrative is fiction and fictionalized reality. The news and entertainment media will exclude things that contradict the narrative, will completely fabricate things to support the narrative. They'll take events in the real world and fictionalize them to support the narrative. It's very simple. And if you have the dialogic, you understand this, and you'll find it easy to predict the future, understand the past, etc., as a consequence. And it's coming from every sector of society. Run-of-the-mill anti-whites getting on their accounts where people can see their faces, which most of the so-called Aryan warriors in the white sympathetic sphere, whatever the audience of the merchant right, they don't use their real names. They don't use their faces. Anti-whites will come out there with their names and their faces and make threats of harm to people coming over. And what is the consequence? Nothing. I'm not going to sit here and complain that that's not fair. That's the world we live in. We have to remedy that. And we remedy that by becoming a people. We define what a people is, the fundamental essence, what really a people is. We tell you, we teach you how to get there, exactly how to get there. So instead of complaining like bitches, we get to work. Unfortunately, there are few of us compared to the totality of the white race. So you see it from run-of-the-mill people. You're seeing it from Congress people. This horror over white people, actual South Africans who are facing demonic treatment and who are outraged by it, including the church. Now, the Episcopal Church, of course, is going to go the farthest because they're filled with more anti-white garbage or anti-whiteism than any of the others. They're all filled with anti-whiteism. And that's why I get so vexed with people wanting to go back to what they think will be a remedy when that remedy has already been defeated. But the churches are full of anti-whites and anti-whiteism. And the Episcopal Church, even the church, anti-white. Now you have conservatives going out there And they are baffled. They're confused. They're talking about the double standards. They're talking about the hypocrisy. But if you use the Go Free dialogic, this makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense that the Episcopal Church would behave this way. In light of the church's steadfast commitment to racial justice, an anti-white concept sewn into Christianity by anti-whiteism, and reconciliation, another MP, and our historic ties with the Anglican Church of Southern Africa, we are not able to take this step. The president, Bishop of Episcopal Church, said in a letter. So the Episcopal Church refuses. They have a 40-year relationship with the federal government, taking in massive sums of our tax dollars to bring in non-white people, only non-white. This is what they want. Why would they want to bring in non-white people? Is it for the good of non-white people? Don't have this conversation, because it has nothing to do with their actual motivation. Their motivation is anti-white. Their motivation is to injure white people, to find white towns and to white erase those towns. Again, my opinion. In a striking move that ends 4-decade-old relationship between the federal government and the Episcopal Church, the denomination announced on Monday that it is terminating its partnership with the government to resettle refugees, citing moral, that comes from God, opposition in Christianity to resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa who have been classified as refugees by President Donald Trump. In a letter sent to members of the church, the president, bishop of the Episcopal Church, said that 2 weeks ago, the government informed the church that under the terms of the federal grant, we are expected to resettle white Afrikaners from South Africa whom the U.S. government has classified as refugees, and they are not going to do it. They'd rather end their relationship. I'll tell you this. All churches, to various degrees, are going to act in opposition to immigration for white refugees from South Africa. Few will go as far as the Episcopal Church, because this is really in your face. This is really telling all those white people out there in America, indeed around the world, that we hate you. We at this church hate you. But guaranteed, there'll be Catholic and Baptist ministries that participate in immigration, and they have facilitated the movement of millions of non-white people into the United States, millions into Europe, that will trouble and muddy the waters, undermining the process of their participation. We're not going to be able, federal government, in this case, on this day, but maybe in the future, we can find space for those families. Do you remember at the church I was going to, one of the final straws that made me walk away, made me an orphan, was that church regularly collected money and clothing and food and etc. for Hispanics who were in the country illegally. They had to be careful about their identities and where they were meeting them with the things, because these people are being hunted by the government. Then there was a possibility for helping, they were either Russian or Ukrainian families that were legally in the country. And suddenly the church fathers didn't have money, time, clothing, etc. to donate. Anti-whiteism, immoral to help white people, of infecting and affecting everything and everyone and everywhere. If you don't address that, you're not doing anything. So you can rest assured that in every single church, there is some sort of rebuff, there is some sort of pushback to assisting the federal government in what they do, resettling immigrants, refugees, when it is white people. You'll probably have conservatives in the Republican Party try to meet them halfway by saying, oh no, there's also these black farmers that we are extracting as well from the threat. Please, facilitate the housing and clothing and et cetera that we give you millions of dollars to do. So the Episcopal Church is just the anti-white with its head high enough to be able to easily see. But the others will be doing the exact same thing until we come together as a people and defeat anti-whiteism. I don't think there's anything else here to read to give more of the story. The stated reason for Trump's actions are claims of victimization, violence, and hateful rhetoric against white people in South Africa, along with legislation providing for the expropriation of land without compensation. That doesn't matter to anti-whites. That's a positive. That tells you what's really going on. I don't have time. We don't have time to go through. I have seen show after show, clip after clip of leftists. Don't call them this. Don't call them these things. Wokies, don't call them that. They are anti-white. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's like these vegetables who I say, well, yeah, the problem with these people is that they're anti-white. And they're like, what? The problem with them is they're Jews. And I'm like, you're out of the gene pool. You're out of the gene pool. You're too dumb. Here's MSNBC.
Trump has virtually halted refugee admission in America for people fleeing war and famine in places like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Back with Rick, Mark, and Eddie. Rick Stengel.
Okay, you can talk about all you want about the comparisons, right? Some of these channels are saying things like they vetted these people. Well, the non-white hordes coming in were vetted too. Preposterous. Everyone knows about the record keeping in some place like Nicaragua, but in South Africa, formerly a Western country, a white man's country, there is prodigious record. You can vet people. You can look at their records and see. Not for long, though. Not for long, as it's being totally white erased. But any number of excuses. And then they'll say, people who are supposedly on our side will say, well, these are families. And in the non-white people were all fighting-aged men. And so that's why these people should be let in. Focus on the fact that these motherfuckers are anti-white, or you don't deserve to be in our race. Something is fundamentally wrong with you.
Yes, it's so deeply and morally wrong-headed and repulsive. These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy. And
white supremacy. Listen to this anti-white pig. Now, I don't see his name or whatever. How much do you want to bet there's going to be some absolute vegetable that's going to say, oh, he's a Jew? That's totally immaterial. What's material is that he's anti-white. What is fucking wrong with you? Why can't you defend our people? Why can't you find fault in being anti-us? You are a genetic misfit. Listen to this and the reason why these anti-white garbage are everywhere is because people who want to focus on our race are shouted down by the people who want to focus on everybody else. So this is the most diabolical system. Okay, you mean that white people went to a landmass called Africa And in the bottom, the most southern part of that landmass, they built a country. And then they allowed non-white people to participate incrementally in that country. That's diabolical, according to this anti-white piece of shit. That's all you need to know about him. It doesn't, early life, fuck you.
In human history, apartheid, they're not directly responsible for it, but it was a system that actually moved.
So he's saying, yes, they are not directly responsible, but they're still responsible. So they should be exterminated. They should be butchered. They should suffer. This is all the subtext that I'm giving for what this guy's saying.
Black people off of the arable land. So
they moved black people. Did they move black people off of the arable land when they went and built a town on a landmass by the Orange River that was unplantable? That's going to be the claim, of course. You mean white people showed up in South Africa and they made deals with some groups of blacks, and they waged war with other groups of blacks who waged war with them, and they bought some tracts of land, and they sold at point some tracts of land, and it was a white tribe among black tribes, and the white tribe built the country of South Africa. That's what you mean, you anti-white POS. That's what happened. There wasn't a South Africa, as this guy starts off saying, and then white people showed up and moved the black people off of their farms. And by the way, where are those farms? Maybe he's talking about the arable land, POS, because it was a potentiality that wasn't exploited. We see the same thing from anti-whites when they talk about whites going in and stealing all the diamonds from under their feet. They were trotting over those diamonds for millennia. No clue that they were there. No clue about how to exploit them. Too bad for them. Nothing was stolen from them.
They inherited the land that the black people had to give up. It was called forced removal. It was something called a Bantustan policy, where they moved black people out of the cities and farmland.
So what they do is they cherry pick specific points in the history and creation of our countries. Like they cherry pick, white tribe comes into North America, and we have friendships with some red and brown tribes, and we make alliances with some, and we buy property from some, and we wage war on some, and we create a Western country just like South Africa was. And then at some point, we say to Indians at this area, like, no, we're not going to let you live there anymore, but we'll let you live over there. Anti-whites come in and cherry pick that moment in history and say, look, they moved the Indians off their land. Like there was a United States here before. And that is exactly what the anti-white narrative holds.
Into these remote areas with non-arable land. I mean, it was just one of the most worst.
One of the most worst. This is a one of the thinkers for an anti-white. One of the most worst
processes ever. But what has happened in this strange, bizarre world we're living in is that
okay, so he's not mentioning. So at some point, he's cherry picking one moment when they said, you can't live there anymore. Once we created South Africa, you can't live here. You got to live over there. And he's leaving out the point where they say, okay, well, you can come in incrementally in our country and have jobs and have some employment and have some medical attention. He's leaving that part out conveniently because he's an anti-white piece of shit.
Afrikaners have become the darling of these right-wing, white supremacist movements around the world. that it's like
white
it's like
supremacists.
the lost cause for them. It's like the old Confederacy. They're held up as these white Christians who are being dispossessed of their land. It's like this is a modern replacement theory in a country where, by the way, white people make up 7% of the population.
It used to be 100%. So let's stop this anti-white mutt right there. It was 100% white, and now it's 7% white. Reflect upon that for a moment. It was 100% white. Now it's 7% white, and now he's going to do one of these. I think at least here he does it. Where they manipulate and massage the data that they're going to discuss.
And own 78% of the farmland.
Okay. So whites used to own 100% of the farmland. Now they only own 78%. Now, why is it that they still hold 78% of the farmland? I mean, if the blacks were such great farmers, why aren't they out there farming and doing the work? Why aren't they out? I wonder. Because he started off with this argument about, oh, they were moved off of all this arable land that they were working, that they were tilling and working and producing all of this great. But you have an anti-white, non-white government in South Africa, robustly. You have a white population, white guilted as the day is long, infected with anti-whiteism. And yet the black anti-white leadership in South Africa, formerly a white country, haven't decided, oh, we're just going to take, because you know what? They have taken farms away from white people. They've done it in Rhodesia. They've done it in South Africa. And then they installed black farmers who promptly disassembled the irrigation systems. Go look that up. To sell the metal. Go look that up and see if I've got it wrong. Maybe I got it wrong. So here you have this anti-white piece of shit saying, oh, well, they're only 7% of this country that they stole from the blacks. And yet of the farming land, they have 78%. Don't even believe that number either. Because anti-whites, it's never plain and factual. They would never look at a map and say, how much farming land is there in total? And then we'll find out how much of that farming land is owned by white people in total. And can it be owned? Can any of these businesses be owned in South Africa like any of the other businesses solely by white people? Or like other businesses in South Africa, do they have to have a black partner in order to own the business? They would never just take the totality. No, what an anti-white does when scouring over the data is they would find like a quadrant. They would say, well, of all the farming area, this quadrant is the most arable, is the most useful. And how much of that quadrant is owned, to get a number that makes it look like white people are in complete control and they're riding high on the hog. It's all lies with anti-whites to get to anti-white conclusions.
So it's actually, there's no injustice here. As you mentioned, it's
100% of the population to 7% of this population. Yeah, there's injustice.
It's taking places away from refugees who are really being crushed by authoritarian governments and military governments. For these folks who have never had anything happen to them.
Never had anything happen to them. This is anti-whiteism.
Trump amazingly called it a genocide, one of the worst lies I've ever heard him say. There's just been a small handful of farmers that have been killed.
A small handful, as though that's okay, anti-white? As though a handful of white people being targeted, and so there should be no reprieve? Thanks for letting us know the value you put on the life of a white person.
Over the past 10 years, no land has actually been expropriated. So
that's a lie. Check it out for yourself as well. Maybe I've got it wrong. The ear is against the door, so maybe I got it wrong.
It's just a farce and a sham and a moral.
Immoral.
Ugliness.
What happens now that he's taken this step?
I don't know. I mean, it's like
when he says immoral, see, he's actually saying the words. What morality? The anti-white immoral imperative. Our social morality.
It's like a Batman movie or something where all the bad guys get collected under one roof. I mean, like, who else do you now go and find other racists who have repressed people and give them refugee status here? It's just, I don't know where it goes from here, but I mean, you even said it. It's like a headline from The Onion. I don't even know how to get more extreme than this.
If I were in charge, I would ship this piece of anti-white piece of shit right to South Africa, right to the most dangerous city that used to be one of the safest on planet Earth.
You know, I think it's important for us to understand that the Trump administration is a lot of things, but one thing it certainly is a white nationalist project.
Anti-whiteism. And if you don't confront that head on and try to appease him, remember, we go back to what I told you at the very beginning of the gathering. We don't need the victimizer to give us permission, validation, or approval for our views to be legitimate, responsible, and moral. If you don't call him an anti-white and get out of that anti-white narrative, then you end up having to placate his argument in the eyes and ears of the audience. This is how cucks lose. This is how anti-non-white spurgs lose.
Sometimes we don't want to describe it as such. I'm not reducing it to it because there's greed, there's
I don't know how much longer this goes. I'll click it off so we can keep moving.
graft, there's all sorts of things happening around it. But we need to understand the way in which great replacement theory is driving this. There's a sense in which the immigration policy is all about demographic shifts. There's a sense around the assault on voting rights and civil rights. It's all about who will have the decision-making power to determine who will run the country. And here,
they talk about great replacement because it's powerful for us, because it works for us. Of course not. Of course not. For the love of God. They would be told in a heartbeat by their editor, just like little Benny Shapiro told Matt Walsh to stop saying anti-whiteism. They would be told in a heartbeat to stop saying that if it undermined their argument. Why is that? There are a number of reasons that is a weak concept and a self-defeating concept. And one of the biggest reasons is that you're saying that the people behind it's this massive conspiracy theory. The people behind the government want to replace the population. Well, Trump is in government. Republicans are in government. Republicans will be in government again, and they'll continue to be in the government. So there is no significant percentage of the population that are going to buy that the government is behind replacing the population, that there's a colossal conspiracy to do that. That's just one of many reasons why the concept is harmful for us to use. I can hear it now. The vegetables. Jason doesn't want it today. I came across another guy who was telling me how wrong I was in endless comments about Shiloh, and found a video that he had made. And I got it. These are the dumbest of the dumb. I'm going to play it, not today, but at some other point, the dumbest of the dumb.
Idea that the republic must remain a white nation is evidenced in this.
It must remain a white nation. Absolutely. And anybody who wants to change it into something else is anti-white.
This move, which is so explicit that it cannot be denied. And so when we don't describe it for what it is, we become, in an ironic way, complicit in what they're doing.
We'll describe you for what you are so that we're not complicit in your anti-whiteism. Henry says, in California, my biggest wake-up call was how much my white boomer family glazed Hispanics like they were God's gift to the world and overreacted when I showed love for white people. Thank you for getting healthy after their sickness. A lot of people have dealt with that. It's disgusting. Yeah, and that's from the anti-white mean pathogens, to be redundant there, that boomers were fed about Hispanics, that they're better families than we have. Their families are stronger, tighter knit. They work harder than white people, everything. And of course, white people over the years were saying, but look at their countries and look at their crime rates and look at their, shut up, white supremacist. And so now you got all these white boomers that are still carrying around these. The whole town could become another Guatemala, another El Salvador, another, etc., Peru, and they're going to be like, hey, they're so much better than us.
It's a white nationalist agenda, it seems to me.
You know what I'm going to ask you? Where are the Democratic voices offering a different message to the world about who America is today, right now, as this is happening?
Look, I think you showed Chris Murphy. I think he's one of the people speaking out. And I think that Democrats are...
Man, the soy is strong with this entire group. Every one of them look like they're about to start lactating. I can just see like all of their shirts, like right here, just start leaking.
Speaking out, I think the problem is that just in the time that we've been here, we have talked about Donald Trump accepting a $400 million aircraft from a royal family. We have talked...
All right, enough of this. Let's keep it going. Do you remember this woman? Remember how right I and we were about her? Oh, you remember her. This is Buddy. This is Buddy, the priest at the Episcopal Church in D.C. when Trump was inaugurated just a couple days later, and he went and listened. Whoever made this decision, they should have been guillotined by flowers, and he went down and he had to take this browbeating about what? Transgenders. And we said she's anti-white, wanting to inflict this aberration on our norm is one of many means of anti-whiteism. And I literally had people say, oh, no, white people. It's not about race. It's about transgenderism. Again, that wouldn't happen in the Jewish community, wouldn't happen in the black community. Only white people are this sick. We were right. This bitch says same thing. I'm not participating in this bringing white refugees in. Because this bitch, this demon, this anti-white demon, she's anti-white. That's what it's always been about. It's transgenders today. It's story hour with the transgenders tomorrow. It is the youth violence problem where we have to put the white boys into the re-education like they're doing in the UK with that TV series. It's anything that arrives at anti-white conclusions. Stop trying to deflect from the target. It is us. Don't talk about when they're anti-white like this. Don't say it's about transgenderism. When the anti-white is Jewish, don't say it's about Jews. When the anti-white is black, don't say it's about blacks. Stop being such an aberration to life for our people. God's sake. I know your merchant right out there gets you all giggly, just like Jeremy Hambley was when the black guy was going off about black fatigue. I get it. You get a little thrill. Get over it. Here's another anti-white pig demonstrating how anti-white he is.
Yeah, the United States is about to see a lot more hate crime videos with South African accents. Well done.
totally, I mean, how brain rotted is this POS? I'm going to be getting to your comments, your tags for me, and any financial gifts there are pretty soon here. We're going to watch this, and then we'll just have that brief update on the Belgian guy and him going to jail and massive fine.
Donald Trump is perfectly fine to insist that the US is full up and they don't need any more immigrants. When it's white immigrants, it's a different story. Now granting asylum to white Afrikaner South Africans on the basis of them being victims of racial discrimination. By racial discrimination, they...
Well, what's this guy actually? What is this? How is that quotes? This piece of shit anti-white dog.
Of course, mean the South African government trying to undo decades of apartheid era policy.
Okay, so exactly everything I explained with the guy earlier. Exactly as I explained. They're going to pick a part of the story of the existence of white people going and building a civilization, a country called South Africa. And they're going to bungee into a chapter where white people are incrementally allowing blacks in South Africa to participate in our country, in our civilization we built there. And instead of the perspective of this is one of the incremental steps of allowing blacks to participate, now it's from, for anti-whites, from the perspective of pushing them out of society, the society that they created, the society that they built. You really have to think about Orania right now, because these are the exact same arguments. If you were able to live several lifetimes, if you were able to live like 5 human lifetimes and you were fit and healthy for the vast majority of that time, you would watch what is happening right now with Orania play out with all of the West. White people build a... So you would be absolutely incredulous. You would say, what are you talking about? White people were a tribe among others, and they won in these areas, and they built their own civilization. They were 100%. I was here. They built it. What do you mean they stole it? I was here when they started letting the non-whites in. But this is anti-whiteism. You cannot stay in the story and defeat it.
These well-dressed, well-fed, hyper-westernized white South Africans are not...
Well-fed. People feeding themselves. He's got a problem with it.
Victims of anything. These are just white people who spent generations benefiting from an apartheid system that was designed to favor them.
So, okay, so do you see? It's really important to dig into the weeds. We're not going to be on much longer, but to really just dig into the weeds of the components of the anti-white narrative. Really important to dig into the weeds, because this anti-white is telling you exactly what all anti-whites think. White people are anthropomorphized as this demonic group that has been benefiting. You could be 5 years old and you've been benefiting for millennia from the oppression and exploitation. And so therefore, you must, the only moral thing to do is to victimize you. And then they make claims like this piece of shit, I believe it's him, sorry for my French, but is going to make that, oh yeah, equality feels this mean pathogen, feels like discrimination when you've had white privilege. We built it. We earned it. My home and what my people create is not my privilege. That's our blood, sweat, and tears, you POS. But that is how they define it in the anti-white narrative.
I'm aware of the dispute that the white Afrikaners have with the South African government over the use of farmland. Thanks to generations of apartheid, the white Afrikaner farmers own 78% of the farm.
There goes the same quote that the other anti-white gave right there, and we talked about that.
Farmland in South Africa, a country which is 80% black. These white Afrikaners are not...
Again, country that was 100% white, now only 7% white.
Oppressed right? They got all of that land as a way of keeping wealth in white communities.
They got all the land. They got it. They got it. What's the assumption? It was there and it was already being farmed. It was just there for anybody to farm, and it was already being farmed, and then the white people just went and got it. We built it, you piece of shit. We built it. You ever heard of strange fruit? We built it. They went and got it. The whites went and got Orania. They went out there and got it. It's safe. It's clean. There are houses. There's farmland there now. They went out and got it away from the blacks.
And away from black people. Now that the South African
actually said, got it away from black people.
Government is making efforts to undo that inequality, and these white people now have to share the same land, freedom, and privileges and rights as black people.
They now have to share the land. You finally have to, you stole it, and now you have to share it. Just like the whites in Orania will now finally have to share the land, and now it feels like oppression to you, doesn't it, Oranians? Now it feels like deep oppression that everything's going to be equal here, and you have to share.
People.
You see, the only way that we can stop scum like this is by becoming a people. And then in greater and greater numbers and power structures, break down the morality of anti-whiteism so that somebody like this is immediately shunned from society. That's the only way.
Suddenly they're all victims who need saving. None of these people look like they're especially in danger to me. They just look like they miss being able to say their favorite slurs in whites-only areas.
How do you like that?
Despite the US government overspending to the tune of $150 billion compared to the Biden administration, the US government is already agreeing to set them up with furnishing, household items, and housing the moment they get here. That's right. The United States is able to treat immigrants with human decency if they're white, share the same far-right prejudicial values as the Trump administration.
Of course, the United States, all across Europe, they're putting the non-whites. We got non-whites in 5-star hotels in New York City on our tax dollars. Check it out for yourself. But I think everybody knows Doge has uncovered a bunch of that. They're being taken care of. We have trillions going out in Medicaid, supposedly now we're finding out, outside of the country. I mean, everything is so far from reality in anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative. Everything is so far from reality that you can't have a productive conversation with them. That's why when you come upon, if you come upon an anti-white like this, you just call him an anti-white POS and move on. We need to get to our brothers and sisters to become a people before it's too late. Or you all are going to have apparatchiks like this clown deciding what's going to happen to you and your white family after millennia of riding high on the exploitation of non-white people. How do you think that's going to go for you?
Just saying, all those viral videos of people being racist in cars and in restaurants and in public parks and in bowling alleys and all of that, you're going to expect a lot more South African accents in the coming months. At the end of the day, when you're privileged, equality feels like oppression.
There
and
you
that's
go.
what they're running.
And that's really, he's just citing this MP. And you could tell when he said that, you look at his eyes, he really felt like that was a very powerful point. If you stay in the anti-white narrative, it is. The only way to dismantle it is to get out of it with the concepts you use, the focus on us. And we teach you how to do that in the Go Free Dialogic. And you can make a mess of this guy in conversation. And by whose determination? The people who it matters. The people who matter, our brothers and sisters in their millions. Not you. Not you. Not what you can determine and lie to yourself about is the great victory over this guy. That he's homosexual or that he's non-white, whatever race you think he is. That's no victory. And evidence of generations of failing that way should be enough. You all could tag me as No White Guilt to get to your views to me. We have one comment over here on the live chat on X. It's SMH shaking my head, asking at some point, don't you like that? I don't know what you're referencing. Tag me again, write it again with some more information about what you think I like and what you think I don't like. Matt is here. Ned Rec is here. Hello to the both of you. The great First Last is in the house. Fornol is here. We love Fornol. Good to see you. So many heroes are showing up. Well, we had a guy who years back, I criticized about the toying, these guys toying with the Nazi imagery and all. And I said, no, you can't play the villain in the anti-white narrative and succeed in the West. Again, because whose measurement matters? It's our brothers and sisters. And our brothers and sisters have been poisoned with the anti-white narrative. So whatever you think happened during World War II and of the National Socialist German Workers' Party is totally irrelevant. We have to deal with where our brothers and sisters are, focus on ourselves with moral structures that convince them to join us in defense of our well-being. So this wasn't a huge issue because, as I recall, it wasn't like a really, their party wasn't really relevant. It wasn't really huge. It wasn't really going to make a big difference. But I passed judgment and I said, hey, you're not going to be able to toy with this imagery, even as a joke, and win over our people. You might have people come who tolerate it for a little bit, but the majority of people that you're going to bring that are going to snicker and they're going to think that's great, it's great that you're doing this, are the kind of cranks that are going to run off productive, intelligent, hardworking, wealthy white people. And it happens all the time. I've watched it, happen many times in the white sympathetic sphere. White sympathetic groups of various stripes, and they get infiltrated by these individuals, and they are monomaniacal with a focus on non-white individuals. The group deteriorates, the productive and good white people leave, and then you're left with really the worst of our people, just a bunch of very angry, prone to violent losers, just losers. And they get together and the group is destroyed as a consequence. I don't know that's where this was going to go. Like I said, it was only a brief criticism I had years back. Well, of course, the government there caught their use of Hitler memes and etc. And the leader is it Dries van Langenhoven, and he was charged, and then they paid tons of money for their legal expenses, which again is exactly something I always predict that will happen, and then it happens, and then I don't gain 1 million new followers because I'm right again and again and again. No, I'm cussed for it. And when I say it's a massive waste of our very limited financial resources for those who push back against anti-whiteism by having to get into unnecessary legal battles. There was no reason to have to get into this legal situation. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know anything about this guy personally. Was he involved? Was he thinking, did he think it was funny? I don't know anything about that, but it was happening. And I criticized that behavior. Maybe he totally objected to it, for all I know. But they came down on him because he's a good-looking, articulate guy. And they charged him, and then the court battle began, and tons of resource money had to be allocated to his defense. They lost and then appealed, and tons more money had to be reallocated and wasted on futile legal struggles. And he lost again. And continues to lose. He's finally been sentenced, regrettably, Regrettably, Belgium's far-right prodigy gets prison term for inciting violence. Longenhove, quote, reveled in Nazi ideas that cause much suffering, the judge said. A key figure in the Belgian far-right was sentenced Tuesday morning to a year in prison and handed a heavy fine. He said, by the way, in a video that he made, that the fine, combined with the amount of money that they had to spend on all of the legal expenses, exceeds 300,000 euros. Imagine what we could do for white, with all the victories we've had. Imagine what we could do for the lives of actual white people with 300,000 euros. But it was spent in the hope that he would be kept out of prison, and it didn't work out that way. Political activist and leader of the Flemish nationalist youth movement called Shield and Vrenden was convicted of inciting violence and denying the Holocaust. So did he actually do that? How would that make any sense to talk about that subject? You have an entire population that knows what they know about that event in history from mainly entertainment media. That means they believe that they were actually there. How foolish does it seem when you realize that? To make this a point of your platform. How foolish. And then as a consequence of denying this event, and that event, or therefore that being an immoral act, there are negative consequences in society. Negative consequences that you have to contend with that you didn't have to contend with. But don't listen to our successes. You know what? Have another one of them black content creators on. Better yet, get like a little Mexican on, and he'll tell you all about how bad those people are. Or, get a comedian on. How about get another female dilettante? Get another dilettante on and have her talk to you, and then she'll spell it out for you. Make sure that she gets a few million new subs. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Decades of this. Van Longenhove, as well as 6 other members of the far-right youth movement, were tried on various charges, including hatred, racism, Holocaust denial, breaching a local gun law. 5 of the other members that stood trial received suspended prison sentences. 30-year-old Van Longenhove. So it's not only just a year in prison. I don't know if this says it. It's not just a year in prison and over $300,000 lost as a consequence, but he's also banned from politics for a minimum of 10 years. How much do you want to bet that he'll still be in a lot of the same company and he'll still be exposing himself to more charges like this 10 years from now? And he'll be kept out of politics even longer. 30-year-old Van Longenhove, said that leader of Shield and Vrenden rose to fame as a political prodigy in the late 2010s, organizing far-right-minded youngsters in online chat groups and through protests. A 2018 TV report by a public broadcaster, VRT, showed that members of the group were exchanging racist, anti-Semitic messages in group chats. So don't bother to tell me. They should be able to. Jason doesn't want them to say, fuck off. No, they should be in jail where you want them to be, where they're no good to our people. All right. The judgment also deprived Van Longenhove of certain civil rights. So it's not just, it's plural. It's not just not being able to participate in politics, but other civil rights for a period of 10 years. All right. So he made a little video. I'm not going to bother. It's just.
I'm making this video because it's my last chance. As this Friday, they may send me to prison for years. They're trying to.
Okay. So that was but right before. Now we know it's a year. And he says, yeah, they are winning now, but you can make sure to donate and we will win in the future. Not with that strategy, friend. No, not with that strategy. What do you all have to say? Reference the Q&A clip I posted from No White Guilt last week. Which one is that, brother? Tree Godfather? We have a vegetable that was silenced in the live chat. He's enabling Jews. He's that Jason. Boy, the Jason guy, he's enabling them. They would just practically be thrown out of the countries by now if it wasn't for the Jason enabling them. White jaded. And who knows even if that POS is white. Probably another Arab or Pakistani. All right. Looking for your tags and your financial gifts. You're enabling them. We've got a guy over here. I'm going to tell you about this guy. You should have heard this guy's voice. Criticizing the hell out of me over Shiloh Hendrix. Barely literate in his video. Barely literate. And just criticizing me. I mean, it's unreal. That facilitates other groups' domination of us. Because you dumb white people out there won't shut the fuck up. You just are so selfishly individualistic that when you see somebody succeeding for our people, you just get jealous of them. You don't think, oh, I gotta follow this. This is working. This makes, sense. I don't understand all the parts, but this is working. It makes sense. Fucking scum. It's like, Jason thinks he knows about how to handle the situation. That's literally how he talks. I mean, he's like in a vegetative state. These are literally like 80 IQ white people trying to tell me how wrong I am. You need to go over to my merchant right content creator of choice. Hear what they have to say. Let's see. Wrong Thing fan tags me, says, you've never called an old black a boomer. The term boomer is for the positions. I've called people who are not in that generation boomer for the position that they hold. That what the Nners call white men. I've never heard blacks call white people boomers. Wrong Think fan. Tells you where that's coming from. Again, he's going to be one of those that talks like that. Telling me to stop being anti-white. You got me. You got me. Yeah. You got me. You're so smart. You know right now that guy's sitting on some like rusty ass, falling apart piece of lawn furniture in a yard that is half mud and the other half weeds. I mean, let's just shut up. Let's start yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Loser. All right. Nothing on Odyssey. D Live. First, going to look for the celebratory gifts. We'll get to all of the gifts and then to any tags that I missed. We got one gift to celebrate right now. I think we got one gift to celebrate. It is the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure he feels the love. Really, at 11:11 East Coast time, United States. Let's give it up for Dude Bro Moment. Throw your arms around this man. Throw your arms around this total, absolute, like, stallion riding hero. Dude Bro Moment. $50 today for White Wellbeing. Nobody loves the white race more than Dude Bro Moment. I mean, again and again and again, this guy's showing up. He is perfectly inimitable. I love it. Dude Bro Moment. Big salutes. Quadruple 07s for this guy. Get him some crowns. Get him some crowns and gems, please. And I celebrate everybody who celebrates. Anti-White Vilification League showing up. Great to see a champion. 07s, he writes in the house. Are you learning something? Are you new here? Did you hear anything that live or in replay, could put it in the thread, that you haven't thought about that way before? That you thought, that's an interesting way to approach this problem. Never heard it talked about like that. Hey, are you also wondering why you haven't heard about me and about the House of Swash and about all the victories we've had here from your merchant right content creator of choice? Have you ever wondered? Are you wondering that? And you're like, you know what? There was a guy just the other day that said, I can't imagine, he wrote, I can't imagine why you've never been mentioned. I can. But thank you very much for saying that. Let's come over here to Rumble, and we have the great in-house philosopher, House of Swash Slots. $1 financial gift over here. Thank you, brother. He says, crimes against humanity are only not anti-white to those dehumanizing white people. Exactly. Crimes against humanity are only not anti-white to those dehumanizing white people. Big salutes to both Sloths and Anti-Vilification League, who just showed up in the live chat again on Twitter. Thank you so much for that, Sloth. We have the great First Last, and he is really the first in the last. He comes in, and he says, got Dvorak with a $10 financial gift. God bless you, brother. So many applause for you. Remember, when we're done here today, you can share this stream. This doesn't have to be the end of it. You can share it on your social media at any point. Grab the link and share, and we'll have some timestamps up. We don't always do timestamps for Wednesday shows, but we'll have a couple up. And share it with just on your social media. Share, but something we do have to talk about as I look for your comments now is the explicit white sympathetic content creators are the right wing, if you will, the alternative right wing, is really being ghettoized by the circumstances of the internet, control of their audiences by malicious, anti-white, nefarious entities of various types behind the scenes. And whether it is living off of the proceeds from their streams or just the aggrandizement that they enjoy in addition to, and this is not all of them, but just follow me, the aggrandizement they enjoy that otherwise breaks up their mundane or pedestrian, prosaic life that we all have to lead, not just them. Whatever it is, they're going to want to serve. There's going to be a big urge, a big push to serve that vocal part of their audience, which is always going to be for ill. I'm afraid that's the reality. It's always going to be for ill. There's going to be a group of individuals in the audiences of these content creators that are going to be threatening with implication and evidence of it happening elsewhere, like here, to slander them into oblivion. And so fewer and fewer people are interested in them and looking at their content and etc. Few people have the constitution to combat that sort of villainy and calumny from the worst imaginable elements in our race, but probably a lot of them also anti-whites, maybe even non-white anti-whites, LARPing, counterfeiting as pro-white activists because it's so easy to do on the internet. You know, in the past, you couldn't send like a full-blooded anti-white Jewish guy or black guy or Indian guy into our physical meetings because we could see them. But now they could show up and have some beautiful Waffen SS soldier from the past in a smart uniform as their avatar, a bunch of eagles and Hitler quotes or whatever it is. And then nobody is concluding, well, this is obviously a Hispanic or an Arab or a black or whatever. They think it's some super committed guy. Yeah, he's committed, all right. He's committed to ending any resistance before it can get in a big way started against our victimization. So when it comes to these content creators, they are increasingly not the people you want to swash on. They've got to speak to their audiences. They're going to speak to them in the injurious concepts that they want to hear. Many of them will either honestly share the deleterious focuses, or they will just enjoy the deleterious focus to keep the mob and whatever vociferous and vocal element of their audience happy. That's how you'll end up seeing a lot of the worst kind of individuals who claim to be pro-white showing up everywhere on content creators' platforms for interviews, for conversations. What do you think? Normalizing their abnormal selves and abnormal behavior. Shame. But white people, these content creators, it takes a really strong constitution to stay principled and stay the course for the well-being of our people. We were principled and stayed the course when it came to Shiloh Hendrix and Omar, and we said, we've got to keep the focus on white people. We put the focus on Shiloh and her children and the Shilohs and their children to come. We made our positions, gave our positions with that focus, and suffered a massive attacks. Everyone else took the easy way out. Everyone else said, what do the ugliest people out there want to hear? And they recited that. And now, as I said, some of those content creators are reeling it in a little bit. And they're like, well, technically not about enter, after celebrating and saying you should be able to say enter. And it was a moment where she was just, give her a break, Jason. It was an excited statement. It has nothing to do with the evaluation of a behavior and whether or not it is salubrious or healthful, boonful for our people, or harmful for our people. If you're not caring about white individuals, you don't care about the white race. If you're not caring about white individuals, you are not caring about the white race. You're just a LARPer. No, the blacks today, this guy over there again with that comment on Rumble, blacks today I was calling anti-white POSs. But you didn't call him a boomer. You anti-white, you didn't call him a boomer. You call white people boomer. You didn't call the black guy boomer. That's what the Anners call us. Shut up. Shut up. Blush says it's hard to stay hopeful. I will tell you what, stick around in this community, listen to all the victories we have, and then realize and see the victories that you're able to achieve by using the lexical and dialectical power that we wield here. And then keep in mind that all of that is replicable and scalable. All of that can reach right into the dinner tables of the most powerful, the most wealthy, the most connected, the most artistic, the most helpful. We just have to continue to spread the concepts that do that. That is how anti-whiteism defeated us. So I don't get black-pilled or depressed about anti-whiteism ever. Never, because we have the formula that beats it. The only thing that can get me riled in a concern for achieving our goals is the merchant right and these white people who are so defective when it comes to the well-being of our folk that they demand that there not be a focus on our folk. They want a focus on us to be just a statement at the beginning to justify their focus on non-whites. Is it really this hard? I mean, really? Tree Godfather, is it really this hard? Vernal, is it really this hard? I mean, we have made it so painfully simple that it's astounding. It's absolutely astounding. Oh, we got Blush just financially gifted $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a light in a world of anti-white darkness. God bless you for that. I really appreciate it. That's a great testimonial. That's a great compliment. Salute. Salute to you. Okay, so now Wrong Think is maybe he's clarifying. What is this? It's not a position. It's a derogatory slur against white. I've never heard, but if there are anti-whites who have turned the word boomer into something that is solely applied to white people, then that's new on me. Never heard boomer as an anti-white statement. I mean, we've been talking about boomers before a lot of the people, obviously a growing number in the white sympathetic sphere, were even alive. Certainly long before they were children. And it denoted a specific mindset born out of mean pathogens, by the way, that predominates in that age bracket. Really, when we're talking about the different age brackets, different identified generations, we're really talking about what, in regard, socio-political regard, we're really talking about what MPs, what anti-whiteisms were really at the fore in their brain poisoning. So you see people, older white folk, they heard all the time. You get old enough, they were hammered with the non-white people are inferior, and so therefore you have to help them. I mean, I think all those people are dead now, or just about, or they can't talk, or they can't remember 30 seconds ago. But that was one of the most powerful MPs in the West. Is that, they're all inferior, so therefore you've got to, that's the right thing to do, is you've got to take care of them. And white people responded to that because that is instinctual for us. Let's give it up for Hyperborean Dream, ladies and gentlemen. Decided to join on the Dude Bro Moment platform. 20 of 5 whitest of dollars. These dollars are white. These dollars are so white, they're blinding. 25 of them. He also says, for white well-being. You got to love it. You look over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, and you've got white people who are financially gifting, and the verbiage is about us. The verbiage is about our well-being. The verbiage is about ending our victimization. The verbiage is about the totality of our people, irrespective of ethnicity, irrespective of country. Those are real heroes. All right, we also have, let's see over here, looking for your tags. Now, remember, tag me. And I see Rebellious is over there on Rumble. Who else do I see? VI, is that what it is? Trying to sponsor a different show, it looks like. Aliens Exist agreeing that our race is sick. Rebellious talking to Aliens Exist, saying of non-white people that I guess that's what you're talking about, right? That they are low, he says, quote, low IQ beasts, close quote. And so they can't comprehend common sense. We're not speaking to them. And I hope you're not concluding that our stratagems are intended for other groups of people. These are intended for our brothers and sisters who, having an average IQ of 100, and more importantly, our instincts, behavioral instincts, are inclined to adopt these, or at least submit to these arguments. All right. Again, thank you. I would like to see Wrong Think come around. Let's see you come around, man. Chill out. Here, hang out with us for some of our gatherings. Chill out. See if we don't have a positive approach. See if it doesn't make sense to you. See if it's not working. And then maybe you'll end up like some of the heroes here that showed up and at first were like, whatever. Some of our biggest heroes had to show up a couple times because they had just built up. They were a nerd. They were just built up this wall around themselves, and it couldn't be anything other than what's gone in the past. And then they slowly said, well, wait a second. This actually, people are having victories with this. Wait a sec. That's what I want to have. So I'd like to see you come around. All right. Nothing over here. Big thank you to Hyperborean Dream again. Dream. What is that song from the 60s? Dream, dream, dream. I don't know the words. All you have to do, or I have to do, is dream, 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 dream. Oh my gosh. First Last has decided to come back into the party with $51 more dollars, making it $61 today. His first message again was Got Dvorak. Little play on the Got Milk. And this one is, what, nobody loves the white race more? First Last, huge lover of the white race. He's ready to throw down intellectually. He's ready to throw down with musical compositions that chorus skate in the heavens. God bless you, man. Let's celebrate this guy. Quadruple 07s to the first and the last, who says he's ready to take on all of the anti-whites and the merchant right combined. We're going to have to come up with I don't know, maybe a set of markers for merchant right at some point. We'll see. Let me take a look over here as we are running low.
In the dark before morning, standing here at the
Raymond Foster, peace. Let me know that you can hear me okay over it, because I don't know how low I have to turn his pieces over to be able to speak over them. Oh, this is ignorant. I had changed my chat to live chat at the very beginning, and remember, we always have to do that. And looks like YouTube flipped it back to top chat, which means that some of you were being hidden from me by the anti-whites at YouTube. So keep that in mind. If you had tagged me and maybe I answered a question right beside the one that you asked, and you're thinking, he just completely ignored me. No. Ivan can hear see Jason. Nova Horror is here. Good to see you.
all those words that you fed me, all those chains that you made.
Jenna said, I learned to shut my mouth and listen to what they had to teach me. Oh, Raymond Foster is here too. Hey, brother. Don't forget to read Lawfare Losses for Money Wasted to Liberate Our Arrested. Yes, Lawfare Losses. That's another great coinage by First and the Last. Exact Lawfare Losses. I like that. Love the alliteration. Totally true. Lawfare Losses. And then I'll be attacked for wanting to put all these guys in jail. APK is here. He says boomers are cool. They can fix your car. Many of us, our parents are of that generation. And I mean, yeah, there was nothing that my father didn't do It's crazy. Fixed all the cars, did all the HVAC, cut all the trees down that needed to be cut down. We had to cut trees for 2 winters for heat. We did all that. Great song. Yeah, everything. Hyperborean Dream. Jimmy Fields is here. No, there are a ton of people in the age bracket that are cool as hell. Totally fighting for white well-being. So when we reference any of those categories for generation, we're really referencing the socio-political MP-led aspects that we see most often. It's one of the, for example, in Generation X, we see all of this total idiocy. You hear them all the time now saying, things were so perfect between the races in the 80s. Because Gen X was all taught. It's all beautiful. It's ridiculous. Ayayay says, how many enjoy the catharsis of coin throwing, well hitting, or well wishing? Doesn't matter. Maybe. We did have our question of the day, which is the most spontaneous thing as we're coming here to the end. And only the really truly dedicated are here all the way to the end of the gatherings. I could do one item. This was only a couple items. I could do one item and provide powerful insight that people could take away from the gathering and implement in their lives. We could have half the time here. Spurs throwing their coins in the well of the merchant right. Oh, that's a nice way to put it. And wishing their pathetic fantasies. That's exactly, well, that's a great visual, isn't it? Throwing their money, their coins, at the merchant right and telling you're a fool for not believing the well coin throwing is the solution. Man, so true. Well said. We got deep insight over here. Deep insight. Disciplining someone doing something injurious is turning your back. Jason, my anti-white mom said so. Yes. Yeah. Disciplining someone doing something injurious. So you shouldn't discipline somebody who's doing something or lauding a behavior that is injurious. If you tagged me and it has scrolled off the screen for you, or you think it may have scrolled off the screen for me, please tag me again and put the question back up or comment back up. For White Wellbeing is here as well. Breaking out a sword, the sword of victory. Thank you all for celebrating. Really important. Edo says it's only a pretext for anti-whiteism. Yes. Westman in South Africa only own 20% of the land, but they feed 100% of the country. Great point. Great point. So when anti-whites throw that at you, that's a great point. They're feeding everybody. That's a really smart point. I love, and I've said this before, but Winged Productions is here. Good to see you, brother. I really cherish that we have bright people, actually bright people in this community, because we always get tidbits like that tossed out, and all of that together forms like a credible, legitimate new elite for the white race. How many times have you been in the white sympathetic sphere and you've heard somebody talk about how we need a new elite, or a new elite is forming? And I've probably heard over 100 speeches on that, easily. Speeches, shows, we need a new elite. And it's always this LARPing. It's always these daintyisms. It's always, nothing is tangible, nothing. Leaders are the ones who can fix our people. And that's what we do. That's real leadership. Leadership is getting into the mud of people's real lives, instead of these people driving around Pintos and talking about how we do X and then we run the country again. All we need is wish listing their way to. That's not a leader. But the merchant right will interview them and ask them what we should do. All right. Let me check here one more time. I'm having one of those situations where I have a song playing somewhere in my head, but it's not forward enough for me to hear the pieces of it. We'll probably wrap up here, and then soon as we're done, the song will come out. Pintos go a boomba, says Winged Productions. All right, looking good there. Was there anything else I had here? What's this? Nah, that ain't it. Nothing there. There or there. But at least we were on these platforms so that folks can find us should they want to after the fact. Dennis says, sounds like myself. Yeah, exactly. The whole song is playing in my head. Says Street Godfather. The song is happening. You can set up channel memberships. You don't have to put video content behind a paywall, but the members can have a custom emoji opinions. Says, ay. Well, no, not here. 2 times YouTube has accidentally given me such privileges and made me a channel where I could get money. I could have membership. In fact, do you remember we had memberships, and then I went and created for the membership badges, Eindolens, and the first level was the most transparent, and then it went all the way up to a full-fledged opaque, well, as opaque as they get, Eindolin. But in both cases, as soon as they realized that my channel had been monetized by a system-wide change, they came in and they demonetized. So you need monetization to be able to do that. At least you used to be able to, used to have monetization in order to do that, badges and specific emojis. I would love to. And we had it briefly, and we had a flurry of effort to produce specific emojis for us and on this channel. And they ganked that so fast. They were like, nope, you don't get that. Sloth says, we can't put ourselves, Quote, we can't put ourselves as the focus until we defeated Jays. Close quote. Yep. Yeah, then we're the focus. Then we can focus on ourselves once we've defeated the Jays. All right. Well, Thursday, tomorrow, Yiz the Unifier is on with Gulag Cafe at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At least I think her and News Fist are having their show tomorrow. I should be there in the live chat. You could chat with me. Of course, always remember Mondays are for the Dragons. And we just had a great Monday with Yiz and Fornull. And we love that they produce their work that they produce there. It's wonderful to show up and hang out and talk about all these. In fact, the great Fornull this time was like gloves off. He came into Dragon Scent Adventures, which starts at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and he was like throwing punches, man. He was really throwing the punches. It was very entertaining, so you don't want to miss that. If nothing else really weird or pressing happens, then I will be back on Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you're there and you share that with anybody you would like to introduce to the work that we're doing here. My friend, respectfully, chewing gum is beneath you. You're better than that, says Jimmy. Well, I appreciate it. I'm not a perfect man. I'm just as perfect as they come. They love to hear that. It really sets off the Spurgs. They're like, God, did you just hear him? So arrogant. Everybody hates him. Well, I'm still going to keep loving the white race. Either way. We have reached the point of no return. And it's the best point because it is music by Fornull. Not only the best of your families, the best of your communities, but you're the best of the white race. Never forget it. What we have to do for a living and issues or challenges or problems we have in our life, they are just part of having to get by so that we can be the heroes that we actually are. We are the real elite for the white. Nobody else is looking out for us but us. That means that we're the elite. And you can sense the jealousy from so many others because they know that we are the elite, the real leaders of the white race. That's where the real jealousy comes out. And always being right, you know that annoys them. But it's just the way it is. Healthy people get on board with what is right, that is congruent with the stated objective of white well-being. The great Fornull says thanks. Samuski says awesome show. Matt says thanks, Jason. Kick-ass stream says Fornull. Anonymous, thank you, Jason. Good night, all. Ivan says, big salutes to every one of you. See you back on Sunday. Yeah.